Hello, hello, hello. What is going on?
Oh gosh, Lisa, nothing. What's going on with you, girl?
I'm echoing here. Hold on, let me. I think I'm missing. Wait. Hold on. I'm echoing.
Okay.
There we go.
We always have these echoing.
It's
I know.
Am I
Okay.
echoing for everybody else out there? Let me check. So many issues to get going tonight. Hold on. It's going because you're playing through the laptop. There is an echo. All right, hold on. I'll fix it.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay, it was on. All right. All right, it says I'm connected. Let me just switch to the phones because otherwise you're gonna hear
You don't sound echoing to me, but I'm sure you can hear it. So
yeah, everybody's saying there's an echo. It should be on in a second. Let's see.
okay.
Yeah, you're in my headphones now. Now there shouldn't be an echo. Are we good, guys?
Yes. Yay.
Hello, everybody. No echo.
No, I still can't get an avatar. I'm sorry. I've like tried. I don't know what to do. So
that's fine. That's
okay.
cool.
Right.
Whatever you want, doesn't bother me. However you want to look is fine.
It's all
I don't
good.
care how you look.
I'll be a blank white circle tonight.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, guys. Sorry, a little late. So much went on today, and if you guys saw this afternoon, we were live. Bruce was a man on the street at the courthouse today for the Karen Reed verdict watch, and he was interviewing a bunch of people. It was pretty cool. But I had been up all night, and then I had to go and make sure certain things were filed, and so I had to take care of that. So there's a lot of court stuff this morning that I had to talk to, take care of.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot. Today was a court day, for sure.
Definitely. Oh, for me, I think I filed like 6 filings today.
I filed 4. Four.
So they got
You got me beat.
They got bombarded.
Yeah, you definitely got me beat. But I can tell you, like, I had to make a couple of calls to make sure. Because here, the thing is, being that I'm pro se, I can't use Pacer to file, which sucks, because I'm over an hour away from the courthouse. And then y'all know that I don't have a vehicle. I mean, I have a vehicle, but it doesn't work, right? The rack and pinion's done. So, and I can't have Gabe not work to, just drive me around whenever I need to go somewhere. So, so I actually filed a motion to give me permission to use Pacer.
I saw
that.
It looked good, girl. It looked good.
Yeah, that was good, right? I think I'm doing good with these things. Man.
I was like, "Damn, girl, you did a good job on that." Yes.
I was like, "Man, all right." So, and it's funny because there were I don't know, there was comments made about certain filings and stuff. I'm like, yeah, why don't you just shut up? Because wait till I start filing shit. So not only that, I filed the motion to use Pacer, and then I also filed a motion in opposition to the leave to amend to add right. And it was a long one. And I basically...
It was good.
It was long. I can read it being that I filed it. I mean, you're not going to see it on the docket yet. But what did... I had to make sure that I sent it to everybody in the case. So some of you here that are defendants... will find it in your email. Just saying. So I had to make sure that was done, because if I would have gone live, I would have passed the day away. But what did happen is I was up till 3 this afternoon. I fell asleep at 3 o'clock and I woke up like barely even an hour ago. So that's why you hear my voice is still like,
You're a night owl, girl. You're a night owl.
Oh my God, you ain't kidding. I'm yeah. My hours are really messed up for, I want to say, for the past maybe month, man. 3 weeks to a month. It's bad. It's bad. Today was, I think, the worst because I stayed up till 3 this afternoon. So I wasn't planning on it. That I wasn't doing, because I was going to like take a little bit of a, maybe like a 3-4 hour nap or whatever, and then go do what I had to do. But then Bruce went to, he was at the courthouse. which he said he would do. But based on how the verdict watch was going, we didn't know if he was actually going to go there, so he ended up going.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay. So I ended up being wide awake. Everybody knew, like, this afternoon, some people were like, Lisa, you sound exhausted, and I'm like, I'm like dying. So I was gonna like try and take a nap right after that, but I was like, no, I can't do that. Then I'll miss the deadline. So
yeah,
I had to go do that. Anyway, I'm babbling already. See,
it's all good.
And I haven't even. I don't even drink coffee. So Bruce did really good today. I mean, he interviewed quite a few people and some people who have been following the case for a long time, and I'm hoping maybe we can get one of them to come on to the show maybe tomorrow night. Still don't know. I fell asleep, so there's still no verdict, right, guys? Still no verdict, right? We're still on a watch. We're waiting, right? Anybody? I haven't had time to like look at anything and find out. Nope, no verdict. Okay, nope, we're good. All right.
Okay.
We're good. So that's how my day went. How about yours?
Oh Lord, girl, Lordy, Lord. Okay, so we woke up this morning and we did a filing for spoilage of evidence, basically telling Hales and the defendants that they are not to alter, disseminate, like delete any of their recordings. Since actually we dated back to January 2025 because we want to prove that this is a scheme. So it's,
Right.
even though I didn't come on the mix until a month ago, we want them to reserve everything from January of 2025, right? So I woke up, I sent, or my husband did on my behalf, sent emails to everybody. We filed it in ePortal. I filed the amended complaint renaming that umbrella guy Megan Fox. Now we added Shizzy Wiznut to the whole thing.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and we're fine. We're going to find out his real legal name. Trust me. We already have his PO box now, so we're getting a private investigator. We're going to find out who he is. We already know he's out of Atlanta, Georgia, so we're going to find out his real legal name. And of course, the previous defendants. So we added that back in. And then
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. So you find out Shizzy's real name, right?
Yeah.
And what do? You just fix the docket.
No, we
but you fix the docket, right? Do you do a leave to amend?
No,
to fix his name. Okay.
We already named him as John Doe, so we already said his.
Okay, well, see, that's what they did to Ray. He's already named as John Doe. So, why would there be a need to leave to amend? Which is what I oppose. So that's why I was asking.
We just add him as a name because we're not changing anything substantively.
That's what I thought. That's what I'm saying. What's the need for this leave to amend to add Ray?
No, there's not.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I opposed it. Not to mention the fact that I also stated that as far as Ray goes, he wasn't served within that 90-day frame.
Yeah.
So is this a little trick?
Yeah, he can legitimately move to dismiss, based on
right.
That.
Exactly. Yeah. And I would.
Yeah.
If they add whatever the court allows, Shaka to do with this leave to amend thing and whatever, if I was Ray, I would file a motion to dismiss based on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so no, but I mean that you don't need, like, if you have a lawsuit and you're not changing anything, like the allegations of fact, you're just merely changing John Doe to the newly discovered name. You technically,
and I made that a point too.
Yeah, you don't. Really
I almost feel like I should read this, Leslie.
Okay, go for it, girl.
You sure? Well, look, I'll read it after. So you guys finish telling us what you're doing, because I totally interrupted you because of what you said.
So we refiled the amended complaint, and I think the amended complaint. Did you have a chance to read it, Lisa? Like, to look at it?
No.
It is.
Sorry,
good,
I'm so sorry. I was sleeping.
No, listen, it timelines the scheme. It timelines their, how they're connected. It timelines everything. It's a good amended complaint. Not only to, for the scheme, but also to show the defamation and the harassment. So we filed that. We filed, for them to not get rid of any evidence. And of course, Shizzy Wiznut take himself off of ePortal.
We did that too.
Yeah, just like Jeremy, they take themselves. They don't want to be noticed, right? So
Fully made knowing that they know that there's a lawsuit. But go ahead.
Exactly. So anyways, so I filed other things like notices of exhibits and more evidence. But I'm not going to stop because, what they've done is egregious. And I'm going to make sure that the court knows we get a jury trial in this. I've requested a jury trial. And I think that most of the American public would be appalled with what they've said about me, how they've treated me. I mean, I even heard tonight on Shizzy Wiznut's, I guess, letter he wants to say, which, by the way, he uses AI for everything. So it's not his words. So,
I know. I figured... I never watch him, but I know I saw like one or two.
No,
well, I saw like one or two of his open letters, and I'm like, this guy thinks he's just clever. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, okay, so I get his humor. I get why people think he's funny. I get it. But when he did that response in regard to the bar of examiners, and I saw it, I'm like, are you kidding me? This is so AI. This isn't even funny. I'm like, wow. I'm like, so his open letters are AI too. I'm like, he's so clever.
He goes and he says what he wants AI to say, and then he reads it. That's what he's doing for his content. But,
he thinks he's funny. Oh,
no, he thinks he's funny. And then him and Megan, and they had some third person on there just totally trying to make fun of me. Basically, the gist of it was that I wanted to become famous. Okay, this is their narrative.
Now you're the one that wants to become famous?
Oh, yes. No,
Bruce was the one that wants to be famous.
No, if you hear his letter, it was like, I wanted to become famous and nobody cares. Well, first of all, I didn't want to become famous. If you look at my lawsuit, I filed lawsuit trying to shut them down. If I wanted my name, why the hell would I file a lawsuit trying to? Why would I file a lawsuit trying to silence them and trying to seal the record if I wanted to become famous? Okay, that's first and foremost. Any court would see right through that. But he's basically saying that, why do we care? She's just starting drama because she wants to be famous, amongst other shit that he said. But the whole
what is he doing?
That's the whole point. Like, then I said to myself,
what is he doing?
If he doesn't really care, why is he reporting on me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's just it. In the email, in the email thing regarding the bar complaint, he's literally like, I'm a nobody. I'm not in this. I'm not involved in this. Blah, blah, blah. You know? But he had to have his two say. It wasn't Megan, who's the journalist. It wasn't Tug, who thinks he's the journalist. It was Shizzy Wiznuts, someone who drinks on his show and like is a sarcastic ass and acting like, I'm not involved in this. Why am I attached to this? But yet, if you need any files or any documents or any videos, just ask me. I got them. And I'm thinking... Well, you're just nothing but this content that you're literally making money off of all this content. Now we're all monetized, everyone except for you and Ray. Everybody else is monetized. But the way we're, look, we can be talking about anything. You know what I mean? We can be. This within the community of people that we have here, this is news. It's not national news like,
No, but here's the difference.
Megan wants to say.
I give you permission. Like, here's the difference too. I give you, as you are a monetized channel, you're making money. If you wanted to use, and this is public right now, if you wanted to use my image and you wanted to report on me and you wanted to say whatever you want to say on me, I give you permission. That's the difference. Do you understand? Yeah. I never gave those forums permission to use my image, to use my likeness, to use my voice, to use anything that would insinuate who I am. And they are monetized, making money off reporting me and saying certain things about me. They cannot do that. They just cannot do that.
Well, they think it's free speech. They're going to cry free speech on this. Yeah. And they also think that you're a public person because you are out there. I know. But they think because your picture's out there and it's on your business, for instance. Well, they're trashing your business. So not only can you sue them, but your business can sue them as well.
What is this? Hold on. What do you want? You want me to read this? Sorry, my husband came in and he wrote something. Okay, I didn't know what this meant. Do you want me to read it? Because I'll read it. Okay, never mind. No, but the thing is that it's I never gave permission. They're falsely reporting about me.
Right,
And they're
right.
making money from it. That's the difference. That's the difference. It's like if I want to go out and I want to do Hodunk Hillbillies and I want to use people's faces on images in a satirical manner, that is free speech. I'm not making money from that. That's the difference. When they use my image and they are my likeness, or they want to brand me as Lips, but we all know it's me, right? And they want to create this content about me, they cross the line when they're taking money, period.
Yeah. And they're getting breadsticks for it, and super chats, and and donations, and
I have not made one penny from this venture. And like I said, they want to sit there and they want to go on this whole charade about I want to be famous and I'm drumming up. Like I said,
that's so crazy.
Lisa, if I wanted to be famous, you remember when I got that huge influx on my YouTube channel of over 500 subscribers overnight.
Within like 3 days, 2-3 days,
it. Don't you remember? I deleted it.
Yeah,
I don't want this. This is not.
Well, it's a funny thing. Here's the thing. Like they said that about Bruce. They said they're saying that about you now. They've said it about me, and I'm thinking, dude, I put people on stages. Me actually having my own show on a YouTube channel is like shocking to anybody who knows me, because in a way, because I put people on stage, right? But it's not shocking because I can talk, I can have conversations. So it's like a 50-50 thing. But to be famous, no, I've been around famous people, like real famous people that, I'm not going to drop names. I don't need to do that. But for people who do know that what I did or do, they know this. Like, I don't need to be famous like that. I'm behind the scenes. I'm the one that like creates things that people see, I build the shows, I build that's what I do. You on the other hand, you've been a dancer so you've been up there in the spotlight,
but not on YouTube forms as an influencer.
No, not on YouTube. No,
but I have to say this really fast. This is what my husband wanted me to tell you guys, okay, because this is crazy. So Megan Fox goes on tonight live stating wrongfully and lying again that Leslie sat around and was not serving Jeremy Hales in this lawsuit. Well, you know what happened today? You ready for this? Shawkett, Jeremy's attorney, accepted service today, filed it in the suit, claiming that he accepted service, so we no longer have to formally sue Jeremy.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? When Megan is sitting there telling the world that I'm sitting around not trying to serve Jeremy. What? And we emailed Shawkett yesterday, and we said, listen, will you accept service on behalf, or we can formally serve Jeremy?
That I saw, yeah.
And you saw that. And as soon as we did that, he filed that he accepted service. This shows you how false Megan's reporting is. Then Megan goes on live and says, I'm sitting around not trying to serve Jeremy. Jeremy's already in the lawsuit now. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well, someone was saying, I forget who it was. I was listening to something this morning.
Yeah.
That's how tired I was. I forget who it was. But they were saying how Jeremy is not, because Jeremy was pissing and moaning and talking on Tug and Megan. I don't know which one, if it was Tug's or if it was Megan's, but he was live and he was talking and he was saying stuff. And it's like, first off, you haven't even been served yet, So technically, until you're served, there is no lawsuit. You know what I mean? But he was throwing threats and stuff out there like crazy.
No, I think I'm going to, you know what, while we're here, I'm going to email you so you can show this to your audience that this little crap has already accepted service, which means he is in the lawsuit.
Now
his Shawkett accepted service on his behalf. So I'm going, hold on. I'm going to get this for you, Lisa, just because I want your audience to understand we're not bull crapping here. Okay. But so he, like I said, he accepted service, and then Megan goes on to her live claiming that we're not doing anything. I mean,
Megan doesn't know what she's talking about. This is how Megan vets stuff. She doesn't. She's known. She is now known for not vetting her information.
Yeah, she is the worst. I mean, to say
she's a shit spewer.
She's horrible. All right, let me see. I'm going to try. Okay, notice of appearance. Here we go. Right, ready, guys? Crap. Hold on. I gotta. Okay, because it's not letting me. I gotta like download it. Okay, I can share this, but it shows you like if you let me share. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen, but I can share.
Yeah, right you can share your screen.
Okay, so it says, okay, hold on. Present. Okay, I guess share. Okay,
hi,
share.
Hi,
okay.
Hal. Hi, everybody. I didn't do my hello. Sorry, I got on late. Yeah, Coop doesn't do anything either. That guy, and I only watched him I think twice.
Okay, so I just shared. I just shared. So okay. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to share that. Hold on for a second. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure this out. Okay. Because I want you guys to see this. So everybody can see this with their own eyes. You know what I'm saying? All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
See where it says notice of appearance of counsel, Jeremy Hales, Elvin Chu, Martha George Risk. That is their acceptance of service. Okay, his attorney is notifying the court that he has accepted service, or there'd be no notice of appearance. There it is.
You could probably email him about Martha too.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see this, and you can see. Oh, this was funny when I did the notice of responsive email to Shizzy Wiznut. And I said I was going to publish this. I told Shizzy, if you acted in an unprofessional manner, I'm going to publish this. And so I did. I let the judge see his unprofessional email. And then this is my new amended complaint. This is the notice of exhibits. These are more, these notices are all just more evidence of what he's done to me. But you can see that, right, Lisa?
Yeah. Now, this is in state court. Jeremy seems to think it's in federal court.
No, it's not in federal court. It's in state court.
Yeah. So, but he was saying it was in federal court. I'm like, no, wrong. And but it is state court, and in state court, you have 120 days to serve them.
Yeah, but he's already served. I mean, look,
I know. I'm just saying, like, as of when he went live on Megan and Tug last. He, and Megan, you're saying that he wasn't served. Yeah. Regardless, you could piss and moan about it, even if you didn't go to Shock It and Shock It accepted it today. You still have 120 days to serve all of them.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're gonna get Shizzy Wiznut. We're gonna get his real name. That's gonna be public record. So he's not able to hide under Shizzy Wiznut anymore with this lawsuit.
Right.
He can be pissed off. We already know that Matthew Lewis is, that umbrella guy.
The umbrella guy, yeah.
This is public record. This is not doxing. This is public record.
Yep. They don't seem to know the difference.
No, doxing is like, this is public record. Like anybody could go to Orange County Clerk of Court in Florida, type in Jeremy Hill's lawsuit, and anybody can see who I'm suing. It says Martha George Risk, right? It says Jason Hipsher. You know what I mean? Like all these people, like Matthew Lewis, who's that umbrella. These are not doxing. This is public record.
Right. You know what? I'm gonna do something right now. Hold on.
Yeah.
1 second. Actually, we'll wait for this. Oh, let me. Hold on. I want to shut some. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just going to do something real quick.
No, but we're going aggressively after them. I'm not going to let him get away with this. I mean, we've got screenshots where he appears in other people's lives. He's defaming me with my picture up on the screen as they're taking donations. They're not allowed to do that. They can't take donations, defame me with my picture on the screen. You know what I mean? So we're going after them, and I'm not going to stop. They all made fun of me with the amount of voluminous videos that I made. Well, they don't realize that that's just who I am. I'm just going to do the same thing in litigation. Do they think that I'm going to be any different? I'm going to file voluminous things that are relevant, and they're going to have to answer to it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We're so clueless, so. We have no idea what we're doing.
You know how they make fun of me, like, she's filing all these things. Well, they better be ready to litigate.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just have to take care of something. All right, we got this. All right. So should I read the my motion to opposition? It's a
Yeah.
little bit of it's a little lengthy. All right, here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Let me get it up on the screen over here so I can see it. You know, it should be showing there. There it is. All right. So, this is defendant Lee's opposition to plaintiff's motion for leave to amend complaint to substitute party. Comes now, defendant Lee respectfully submits his opposition to plaintiff's motion for leave to amend complaint to substitute party and states as follows. Introduction. This lawsuit is not a genuine pursuit of justice. Justice is yet another episode in Jeremy Hales' ongoing campaign to manufacture controversy, cultivate outrage, and monetize conflict for the benefit of his YouTube channel. Hales, a self-styled content creator, has made a practice of instigating public disputes, recorded selectively edited encounters, and then casting himself as the perennial victim before a large devoted online audience. His pattern is clear: provoke, record, and then profit, using the legal process as a mere backdrop for generating attention and financial support. The defendants in this case are not malicious conspirators. They are independent online commentators and critics who, like Hales himself, participate in the robust and often heated public discourse that thrives on social media platforms. Their statements, cited in Hales' amended complaint, are plainly matters of opinion, satire, or rhetorical hyper. Oh my God! There's
Hyperbole.
a.
Hyperbole. Oh, good girl. I know. Trust me, there's some I know.
No, you have no idea what happened the other night.
I know. I did. It's all good. Hyperbole. It's all
good. Anybody who's here in the chat should know. Anyway, well within the norms of YouTube community and First Amendment protections. Hales' true motive is not to vindicate his reputation, but to silence criticism, control the narrative, and stoke the outrage that drives clicks and donations from his online following. Recent events underscore this pattern. When a retired attorney and mother of four merely gave an interview to someone critical of Hales, she became the target of a coordinated harassment I wonder who that is. Anyway, a coordinated harassment campaign by Hales and his followers, prompted and celebrated on his channel. When she responded with satirical content exposing the truth, Hales spun the story, presenting himself as the aggrieved party and again mobilizing his audience against her. The litigation before this court is no different. Hales has weaponized the court system, turning legal filings into fodder for his videos, all while soliciting and receiving tens of thousands of dollars in donations under the guise of defending himself from attacks. This is not the conduct of a wronged individual seeking justice. It is the calculated strategy of a digital provocateur. Said that wrong too. La la la. Exploiting the legal system for abuse, influence, and profit. For these reasons, the court should view Hales' claims with skepticism warranted when the legal process is I can't even talk, Leslie. Holy crap. Hold on. Sorry. Let me take
conscripted. Yeah, conscripted.
No, I got to take. Hold on. Shut up, Peculiar. Anyway, as a stage prop for online entertainment rather than a forum for the resolution of legitimate grievances. I still didn't know the drink. Hold on. This is not conclusive to this case, but also others in Florida are experiencing plaintiff Hales' conduct, as stated by plaintiff Federico's against defendant Hales in case number, and it shows your case number, right?
Yeah.
It says plaintiff Leslie Federico states in her Second Amendment complaint the following: defendants are misleading the public while presenting themselves as advocates for transparency and truth. Defendant Hales has orchestrated a concerted scheme designed to manipulate viewership, analytics, silence dissent, and financially benefit those who participate in his campaign. This operation is not a matter of speculation. It is a calculated effort that rewards loyalty to Hales with inflated followers, increased visibility, and monetary compensation while punishing those who refuse to participate. Was that good enough for you, Peculiar? I'm just wondering. Anyway, data analysis shows that creators who align themselves with Hales, including Megan Fox, that umbrella guy, and Jay Hip, have experienced dramatic spikes in their online metrics soon after joining his circle and promoting his narrative. This is not mere coincidence. The evidence indicates that these creators have been incentivized to support Hales' agenda and in return have reaped significant online and financial benefits. Those who decline to participate or who attempt to expose the scheme have faced targeted harassment, defamation, and orchestrated attacks intended to damage their reputations and silence their voices, which would be all the defendants. This pattern of behavior extends beyond simple online rivalry. It constitutes a systematic campaign to manipulate public opinion and stifle free expression. The coordinated use of fake accounts, cyber harassment, and intimidation tactics demonstrates an intention to suppress dissent and maintain control over the narrative. The goal is not just personal profit, but the creation of an environment where truth-telling is punished and misinformation is rewarded. The consequences of this scheme are far-reaching. When public discourse is subject to manipulation through coordinated misinformation and intimidation, the integrity of online platforms and, by extension, the rights of individuals to express themselves freely is fundamentally undermined. This is not merely a YouTube drama. It is a matter of public concern that warrants legal scrutiny and redress. Evidence supporting these claims includes timelines, digital communications, and analytics data that clearly illustrate the existence and operation of this scheme. While some material is reserved for ongoing litigation, the available public evidence is sufficient to establish a pattern of conduct that is both deliberate and damaging. The public deserves transparency, and those responsible for orchestrating and benefiting from such schemes must be held accountable. It is essential for the court to recognize the seriousness of this conduct and its impact on both individuals and the broader public. Only through legal action can we ensure that those who manipulate, intimidate, and profit at the expense of honest discourse are brought to justice. The pursuit of truth and the protection of free expression depend on the willingness to expose and address such schemes wherever they appear. Plaintiff seeks to file a second amended complaint to substitute Raymond G. Bonebreak Jr. for the previously unidentified John Doe. While Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 15A allows courts to freely grant leave to amend, this is not an absolute right. Leave may be denied for undue delay, bad faith, or a dilatory motive on the part of the movement. Repeated failure to cure deficiencies by amendments previously allowed undue prejudice to the opposing party or futility of amendment. Now, this is case law, so you can go and read the case law. Now, here's my argument. Ready? A. Plaintiffs have exceeded the service deadline. Plaintiffs had 90 days from the filing of the original complaint to serve the 10 out of 11 named defendants. It has now been 113 days since the complaint was filed. Under Rule 4M, if a plaintiff fails to serve a defendant within the 90-day period, the district court must dismiss the action without prejudice as to that defendant or order that service be made within a specific time. It shows case law. It says plaintiff's failure to timely serve all defendants raises concerns about their diligence and compliance with the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Ray's contact information was always available and service has been made. Raymond G. Bonebreak Jr.'s contact information was listed in the complaint from the outset. Service has already been filed on the docket for Ray, rendering any argument about the need for unnecessary substitution. Notably, plaintiffs filed this motion without requesting an extension of time to serve Ray or the other three defendants, further undermining any claim that amendment is necessary or justified at this late stage. If Ray is properly served, he or his counsel can request to have his name corrected on the docket. Alternatively, plaintiff's counsel can move to correct the name as was permitted earlier in the case.
Exactly.
C. Ray's background, the character of this lawsuit, and lack of personal jurisdiction. Raymond G. Bonebreak Jr. is an 80-year-old disabled veteran who suffers from COPD and other health concerns, and who fought for his own rights and the rights of all Americans. To add him to this frivolous lawsuit, which appears designed less to seek justice and more to silence anyone who differs in opinion from Mr. Hales, and his use of a YouTube channel to destroy reputation, is wrong. This lawsuit has not only caused needless harm to those it targets, but has also made a mockery of the federal court system by turning it into a personal stage for profit and spectacle. Federal courts are not meant to be used as tools for intimidation or entertainment. Florida does not have personal jurisdiction over Ray G. Bonebrake Jr., and he is not a resident of Florida and has no meaningful contacts with the state that would subject him to jurisdiction here. In this case law, it says personal jurisdiction requires that a defendant have minimum contact with the forum state such that the maintenance of the suit does not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Adding Ray as a defendant under these circumstances would be improper and subject him to unnecessary hardship. Plaintiff's abuse of the legal process and stall tactics against anti-slap motion. Jeremy Hales has made it clear, even on his own YouTube channel, that he does not take people to court to win on the merits, but to bankrupt those who oppose him. As recently as last week's, after a Zoom hearing before Magistrate Bolitho on a related case, Mr. Hales publicly stated that he has no intention of mediating and that the only way he will settle is if the defendants Preston and Cook leave Otter Creek, Florida, and sign everything they own over to him. This further demonstrates that his true aim is not justice, but to obtain property he was unable to acquire himself and to punish those with whom he disagrees. Moreover, Defendant Lee believes this motion to amend is a transparent stall tactic designed to delay the court's consideration of the pending anti-slap motion, which by law is supposed to be handled expeditiously. Plaintiff's repeated amendments and procedural maneuvers in this case and a related case, and he's going to know that, what case that is, are not only a waste of judicial resources, but also hold defendants' lives hostage by prolonging litigation and chilling their right to free speech. Courts in this circuit have recognized their inherent authority to prevent abuse of the judicial process, and there's a case law there. Concerns about the plaintiff's motives for amendment. This is the plaintiff's second attempt to amend their complaint. Given the timing, after our motions to dismiss and anti-slap motion have already been filed, Defendant Lee is concerned that plaintiffs are using this amendment as an opportunity to add new allegations or state claims based on recent motions to dismiss or parties beyond simply substituting Ray. Courts routinely deny leave to amend where the amendment is sought for strategic reasons or to circumvent pending motions, especially when it would cause undue delay or prejudice. And it's just case law. When a plaintiff seeks to substitute a defendant after the statute of limitations has run, the amendment may only relate back if the requirements of Rule 15C are satisfied, including notice to the defendant and that the failure to name the proper party was due to a mistake. Prejudice and futility. Allowing further amendment at this stage, especially after the service window has closed with dispositive motions pending, would prejudice Defendant Lee and impose unnecessary delay. Plaintiffs have not shown the claims against Ray relate back under Rule 15C, nor have they provided a proposed amended complaint as required by local rules. And there's case law there, affirming district courts' discretion to deny leave to amend when amendment is futile or would cause undue delay or prejudice. Counsel for plaintiff Randy Shockett has Defendant Lee listed on Doc 58 on his service list. Defendant Lee has not received this document via email or United States Postal Service. Mr. Shockett has 2 emails with which to contact Defendant Lee and has not used them. In Doc 63, counsel for plaintiff states a certificate of good faith conference claiming to have conferred but unable to completely resolve the issues presented in the motion. Why did it do that? I'm just looking at why it did that. Anyway.
Well, it just sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then it shows the rule and blah, blah, blah. I said, this information is false. Randy Shockett has not contacted Defendant Lee to confer via email or United States Postal Service. Additionally, on 63, Defendant Lee is listed on his service list and has not received any document related to this case from plaintiff's counsel. Defendant Lee respectfully requests that the court take notice that the only contact with Mr. Shockett was his response to Defendant Lee's inquiry about agreeing to Defendant Lee's motion to extend time, which Mr. Shockett discourteously declined. Defendant Lee believes this lack of communication is intentional and requests the court to ensure she is notified of all related court documents accordingly. The court should also be aware that considering the attached court decision from the Supreme Court of Arkansas, yes, I did attach it.
I love that you did this. Love it.
The Florida bar Board of Bar Examiners has been alerted to the appearance that Mr. Shockett may have omitted from his Florida bar application the information detailed in the Arkansas court decision. It is unknown if an investigation will be undertaken or if such would impact this case. For these reasons and pursuant to the authority above, defendantly respectfully request that the court deny plaintiff's motion for leave to amend complaint to substitute party, or, in the alternative, require plaintiffs to provide a detailed explanation of proposed amended complaint and to clarify that the amendment is limited solely to the substitution of Ray and not to introduce further changes.
Love it.
Respectfully submitted, Lisa Lee. Gives my certificate of word limit and certificate of service. And I did, in fact, send not just one, I sent 2 emails to Shaka, so he can't even deny it because he has 2 different emails. I sent it to everybody listed here. Perfect. And that is my opposition.
Perfect. Oh, did you file notice of related cases and put my case in there? You got to do that, girl.
In this one here?
Yeah.
And I didn't know. No. I was rushing to get this out.
You got to do that because that's going to show.
Well, I have to answer. I have to answer by the 24th, so I have another thing I have to file anyway. So, and along with this, I also filed, where is it? Let me open this. Here, this one here. So this tab instead. Dependently is motion for permission to file electronically. Come now, dependently proceeding pro se, respectfully removes this court from permission to file documents electronically using the court case management electronic filing case system. In support of this motion, defendant states as follows: I'm not represented by counsel and proceeding pro se in this matter at this time. Defendant resides over an hour away from the courthouse and does not have a motor vehicle available to travel to file documents without inconveniencing non-parties to help her travel. Defendant understands that electronic filing, blah, 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 blah. We get all this. I have access to internet. I agree to abide by all local rules. Blah blah blah. So, wherefore, defendant respectfully requests the court grant permission for me to basically use Pacer to file. So, this is just there you go. So, and I sent it to all them too. The other thing I attached to this is my email between myself and Shockett, just further proving he has my email and can and has contacted me.
Yeah.
And then the other attachment was the Arkansas stuff. Good. So, yeah. So, I don't know how clueless I might sound in my, stuff, but, yeah.
No, it's good. It's good.
Fuck the clueless comments.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, so that's what I did. That's what I did. No.
It looks good to me, girl.
I see in 2 areas you mentioned Second Amendment. Did I? I mentioned Second Amendment in there. Hold on.
I didn't see that, but
I didn't see that. Robbie, where you at? Robbie's in the chat. Hold on. I'm gonna send Robbie a link. Okay. I don't know why I didn't. This day has been crazy. I woke up an hour before it. Yeah, hold on. Like, let's see. All right. So, do you want to read anything of yours, or?
Oh, if you go to my website, if you go to legallyleslie.com, you'll be like, it's gonna blow your mind, girl. Blow your mind. Go to legallyleslie.com.
Okay.
And then you'll see there's a section that says Hales lawsuit. Because that's going to blow your mind.
You want me to do it on here?
Yeah, just do it to where you are, because I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind.
All right. Hold on 1 second. As a matter of fact, if you want to read it, Leslie, go right ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
So you talk.
I can do it if you want me to. I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me go to Legally Leslie. All right, hold on, guys. Let me get this. Okay. All right, I gotta share a screen. Okay, so we're on legallyleslie.com, right? So I don't know if you can see this. I don't think you can, because you have to let me, Lisa, like share it. So, but anyways, I'll start reading it. But Lisa's got to ultimately let me share it. But basically, I have to ask the court to amend because I'm doing it for the third time, which the court's more than likely to grant. And so basically, I'll start reading, and it just says Plaintiff Leslie Ferderigos, which is me, is an individual residing in Orange County, Florida. At the time of the online attacks against me began, I'll just go ahead and make this in first person. I was not a reporter, and I had no intention of building a significant following on YouTube. Furthermore, my channel, which only had 7 subscribers, was solely used for posting videos and sharing links with friends and family. I earned my living by assisting my husband with legal research and drafting in his law firm and providing legal research and paralegal services to licensed Florida attorneys as a retired attorney. Additionally, it is public record that I am also an ADA protected class. Okay. So then it goes on to say that Jeremy Hales, defendant Jeremy Hales, he's domiciled in Summit County, Ohio. He owns and operates a YouTube channel of over 730,000 followers, is considered to be a public figure. He is monetized and he receives money from his live streams and video publications. His content is primarily made up of personal lawsuits, disputes with neighbors, and storage auctions. He is considered at the top of the scheme, where he secures those below him will have high view counts for attacking those adversarial to his position while promoting his narrative. Can you share it, Lisa? I don't know if you can share it. Okay.
Yeah.
You just got to make it bigger. He is the main ringleader behind the attack on the plaintiff. And then I just say that defendant Martha George Risk, also known as George Hales, where she lives, is considered a public figure. She's also monetized with Jeremy, and they receive money for their live streams, video publications, right? Then we go on. Wait. Oh,
you know
sorry.
what? If you make that window, like whatever it is you're looking in, that browser tab, if you like pull it out so it's alone and off the other, there you go.
You know what? Is that better?
Yeah. And then you could just like make that window smaller and it'll become, there you go. You got it. Perfect.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And so
Robbie, I sent you a link.
Yes. So Matthew Lewis, he's that umbrella guy. He's domiciled in Tennessee, and he's a public figure. He's monetized. He receives, he receives money from his live streams and videos. I'm not going to get into all the details, but Megan Fox, again, she's out of Naples, New York. Again, she makes money. She's monetized. She's considered a public figure, receives money from her live streams, publications. Shizzy Wisnut, the same thing. He receives money. He's considered a public figure. And so then the next one is Jay Hipsher. He's the same thing. He's a public figure. He's monetized, receives money, right? Elephant Shoes is Jeremy Hales' company in which he gets money. I'm just going to scoot past that. So background of defendant Hales and his YouTube channel. So defendant Hales' content is built on provoking controversy with second parties and has led to injunctions for protections by various targeted second parties, including the neighbors, in which defendant Hales and defendant Risk publicly mock members of the public on published live streams and videos, as well as showing up and videoing themselves trespassing on neighbors' property. Defendant Hales has repeatedly been reported to violate past stalking injunctions with no regard to the law. And then you can see where it says he violated a past injunction. Many viewers find his content obnoxious, as he often disparages, humiliates, and mocks neighbors and opposing attorneys involved in lawsuits against him by mocking their physical appearance, religious backgrounds, age, and other personal traits. His audience is primarily ages 45 to 75 years old, compiled of both males and females, additionally pulling a large international audience, which he selects various international fans to launch online harassment campaigns against those who oppose him. So these are thumbnails you guys will see that he has done, obviously, to harass and mock, people that are adversarial to him, whether it be his neighbor or an adversarial attorney. Introduction to orchestrated attack against the plaintiff, which is me. The action arises from a deliberate, coordinated campaign of online harassment, defamation, reputational sabotage orchestrated by defendant Hales and his associates, including but not limited to Risk, Fox, Hip, Lewis, and Shizzy, international second parties, and others. Plaintiff is a retired attorney who now assists her husband in a law firm, has become target to his campaign after participating in a neutral interview regarding ongoing litigation on the Hales scandal. which began as a single Facebook post that the plaintiff notified her acquaintance about, which escalated rapidly, and defendants weaponized their significant online following to publish and amplify hundreds of false, malicious statements about the plaintiff. These attacks, carried out across public Facebook groups and live YouTube broadcasts, include defamatory claims about the plaintiff's professional status, personal life, mental health, and were calculated to destroy the plaintiff's reputation and livelihood. Despite plaintiff's repeated efforts to correct the record, halt the harassment, including providing sworn statements to the Florida bar, the defendants persisted, recruiting followers, encouraging hate sites, and profiting from live donations rooted in the continued dissemination of falsehoods. The conduct at issue has caused severe ongoing harm to the plaintiff. Introduction to defendant subscribe. This is his scheme. This is how he makes money with his Megan Foxes. Defendants are misleading the public while presenting themselves as advocates for truth and transparency. Defendant Hales has orchestrated a concerted scheme designed to manipulate viewership analytics, silence dissent, and financially benefit those who participate in his campaign. This operation was not a matter of speculation. It is a calculated effort to reward loyalty to defendant Hales with inflated followers. Moving on. Increased visibility, monetary compensation while punishing those who refuse to participate. Data analysis shows that these creators who align themselves with Hales, which include Fox, Lewis, Hip, Risk, Shizzy, have experienced dramatic spikes in their online metrics, increasing up to 30,000 view counts compared to their typical view counts soon after joining his circle and promoting his narrative. This is not mere coincidence. So if you guys looked at their original view counts, they had like 2,000. They didn't have 30,000, 35,000 views. Once they joined in Recruit with Hales, they did. Now, additionally, Hales has taken measures to contact DCF, Department of Children and Families, to file false reports against people, contact victims, estranged family members, which he did with me, filed lawsuits to muddy the water in the courts. This is evidenced in voluminous filed pending cases across the state of Florida and Ohio. This pattern of behavior extends beyond simple online rivalry. It constitutes a systemic campaign to manipulate public opinion and stifle free expression. The coordinated use of fake accounts, cyber harassment, and intimidation tactics demonstrate an intention to suppress dissent and maintain control over the narrative. The goal is not just personal profit, but the creation of an environment where truth-telling is punished and misinformation is rewarded. Additionally, defendant Hales works directly with defendants to secure various false narratives and pushes them throughout defendants' live streams with, other parties. The consequence of this scheme is far-reaching when public disclosure is subject to manipulation through coordinated misinformation, intimidation, the integrity of online platforms. By extension, the right of individuals to express themselves freely is fundamentally undermined. It is not merely YouTube drama. It is a matter of public concern that warrants legal scrutiny and redress. Evidence supporting these claims include timelines, digital communications, analytics, data that clearly illustrate the existence and operation of the scheme. While some material is reserved for ongoing litigation, the available public evidence is sufficient to establish a pattern of conduct in both deliberate and damaging. Basically, okay, It's essential that the court. So basically, it's just saying it's important. So basically, I'm going to go through this fast. I don't want to read every single line, but like on April 26th, I noticed that there was. I'm just going to put this in my own words. And it's all listed here, but I noticed that one of my friends was being attacked on Facebook. Right. During this time, I was told to contact defendant Fox because my friend said, I want you to interview me, but you also need to interview defendant Fox because you need to get two sides of the story. So on the following day, on April 27th, I emailed defendant Fox asking to interview her. April 29th, I conducted an initial interview on my acquaintance. I was neutral, I was objective, and I do an interview on it, right? The plaintiff uploaded these interviews. At this point, I just uploaded onto a small YouTube channel. I only had 7 subscribers. I basically gave it to him to upload as he wanted to upload. So on or about May 5th, undisclosed to me, my friend turns around and he publishes this on this Facebook group called What the Hales. I didn't know he was going to do this. On May 6th, international fan of defendant Hales, Anita Waterman, who also is in contact, because she puts this in writing that she was in contact with Hales, begins targeting and attacking me, specifically on Facebook groups, on this Facebook group titled What the Hales, using defendant Hales' logo. And he later makes written statements that I sent Anita Waterman harassing emails, which is a bunch of crap. So he tries to twist that narrative. May 13th, this group starts to attack.
Oh, I got some copies of things Anita Waterman said today.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
So on May 13th, they start to call me a disbarred attorney. They start to defame me. May 5th, again, they're saying that I'm knocked up, that I'm mental, I'm off my meds, I'm a disbarred attorney, and it eventually goes into that I'm a transsexual. So this is all going on in this Facebook group that is under his logo that he could easily take down, but he doesn't take down.
Right,
so
exactly.
You understand?
Why?
Like, he doesn't
Because
take
if
it
anybody
down.
Else, if anybody else was using it, he'd be on their asses.
He would be on their ass and he would take it down. He doesn't take this Facebook group down because he is controlling it and he wants these narratives to get distributed. So on May 15th, he continues to, it continues to be posted on this Facebook forum that I'm a transsexual. I'm crazy off my meds. I just want to grow my YouTube channel. I'm a disbarred attorney. Within a day of this, over 500 people suddenly subscribed to my private YouTube channel and begin berating me, making comments that I'm a failed disbarred attorney. So they're harassing me at this point. They all subscribe and they start harassing me. Plaintiff, I witnessed defendant Hales in his regular federal lawsuit against you guys. And I noticed in this hate group that all these, you guys are all being attacked, right?
Yeah.
So, and I noticed that he's doing anti-Semitic, Semitic remarks among hateful content. Then I'm provided extensive footage on Hales and Risk, published on their YouTube channel titled What the Hales in these videos. And defendant Hales states he does not, I'm given videos where he's stating he does not file lawsuits for justice, doesn't care about court opinions, but merely files to bankrupt people. Defendant Hales expressly states litigation is about destroying these people's lives. Okay. Additionally, defendant Hales' YouTube channel, What the Hales, includes thumbnails and video footage where he refers to parties that he is suing in lawsuits as criminals, mocks their parents, and makes anti-Semitic remarks, among other statements. So May 16th, defendant Fox, Lewis, Hip, and Shizzy, now they start to publish lives in front of thousands of people, mocking, calling me a failed attorney who retired to evade disbarment. Subsequently, I was invited to channels like you, Lisa, to appear, basically to get my side of the story out. Okay, so I'm now invited to different YouTube channels. Following my participation, the Facebook group What the Hales with his logo continues publishing false written statements that I'm disbarred, amongst many other, insulting comments. Around May 16th, I respond because I've already at this point asked Facebook to take down this hate group. They won't take it down. Nothing's being done. So I respond and I start to make a satirical video series called the Hodunk Hillbillies, in which I did not publish under my name. I simply gave it to all the defendants and I said, do what you wish with these videos. On May 18th, defendant Hip now posts a live in which he broadcasts.
Thank you, Kim Shu. She did great work on the filings, ladies.
Awesome. Thank you, Kim Shu.
Thank you.
But my appearance, now they start branding me under the name of Lips. On May 19th, Hales and Risk host a live. And again, in this live, they discuss me being, a disbarred attorney. Immediately following this live, we send a cease and desist letter attaching it. And Hales' response is, see you in court. So he does not pay any credence to our cease and desist. May 19th, we file a lawsuit against Hales and Risk and Hip. And in the lawsuit, we explain. And then during the same time, we start sending cease and desist to defendant Fox because she's writing things. And then she responds calling my husband as an attorney, sending a cease and desist, a dummy. Then May 21st, hate groups start popping up, mocking me. Again, mocking me all across the board. May 21st, defendant Hip, defendant Fox, defendant Hales make it known that he's watching and he's participating through written comments. The broadcast, so they do a live, and they include several jabs and references at someone described as a disbarred attorney. Of course, this is me they're talking about. Jeremy Hales makes the remark, "It's amazing how felons, disbarred, wig-wearing, Botox, botched plastic surgery people flock together, clearly lumping the disbarred person with this group he's mocking." There was also a live chat comment referring to the disbarred Florida attorney. Well, I'm the only Florida attorney, right? Further singling out plaintiff regarding lips, the conversation turned to mocking someone nicknamed Legally Liable Lips, joking.
And by the way, according to George, Bruce is the one that recruited you.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did that happen? She's such an idiot.
Exactly. And then they're joking that I used to work as a Muppet, specifically comparing me to Janice from the Muppets, stating that my character, I look just like, calling me uncanny and disservicing the Muppets, clearly using lips as a target for ridicule related to my appearance and possibly manner of speaking. During this live stream, defendant Hip received several monetary donations as commentary was being discussed about me. So May 21st to May 27th, I become debilitated and depressed, and I almost hospitalized myself because I'm so like damaged from everything. On May 26th, I filed an initial complaint against Hales, Risk, Hip, Fox, Lewis, and Shizzy, and begin publishing comments because they were publishing comments about my private life. And then I'm trying to go through this fast. They started calling me crazy. They're claiming I'm off my meds. Defendant Fox falsely states that I created revenge.
Well, it's kind of funny because she has ADD and she's claimed that. So when she loses her shit or she gets pissed off, is that what that means?
Exactly.
Same for her?
Yeah, because I have no different diagnosis than she does. So then she states that I created revenge porn about her. But if you look here, the revenge porn reference was created by a third party. It was publicly mentioned in a federal lawsuit. Public record. Plaintiff, me, merely conducted an interview with her acquaintance and defendant's federal lawsuit, asked them about the allegations against them, which is how the video was even discussed. I did not create revenge porn.
It's public record. I can pull it up here right now.
Exactly.
They made it public record. So I mean that's their fault.
Exactly.
And here's the thing, it's not revenge porn, and she should go look up what revenge porn actually is. And the reality is, if you have a problem with someone that did that, no offense, Richard, go deal with Richard about it. Stop blaming it on everybody else.
Yeah, they were blaming it on me because
she's afraid of Richard is the problem.
Exactly. So on May 27th, I amend my complaint and I name Megan Fox and Matthew Lewis as, defendants. On May 27th, after recovering from severe depression due to this online harassment, I now open up a new YouTube channel that I intended to be my voice against this attack. Old defendants recruited, supporting, and followers to create online hate sites. So during this time, they start to create hate sites about me, in which case they start publishing me as a clown. They start exaggerating pictures with lips. They start to find childhood pictures of me where they make fun of me and mock me during this time. It was voluminous. So then on June 3rd, supporters of Hales throughout this Facebook site, What the Hales, with his logo, that he was aware that this was going on. He knew this was going on. On June 7th, an Australian fan and YouTube influencer, DJ Radis, who is endorsed by Hales, makes money from his YouTube channel, publishes a video about me using my image and my voice while creating a false interview depicting me in a demeaning light. I report this to YouTube. However, nothing gets taken down. On June 5th, plaintiff reaches out to defendant Hip in an attempt to settle everything. Because at this point, I just wanted to stop. I didn't want to get famous from this. I just wanted it to stop. So I said to
you weren't expecting any of this.
I said to Hip, I was like, look, can we just stop defaming me? So then he asked me, he says he will. And then he asked me to drop Fox and drop Lewis, who's that umbrella guy from the lawsuit, promising me they would not continue to fame me. So that was
Right.
when I filed the voluntary dismissals against them. However,
Right.
shortly after, they begin even a harder attack after me as soon as I drop them. On June
Right.
7th, international fan who was in direct contact with Hales, Ania Waterman, now sends me a harassing email. And in response, trying to get her to stop, I agree to apologize to anything I did to hurt her because she now informs me that she has autism, making me feel bad for her. So I said, let's just end this craziness. So I do a public announcement that I apologize to hurting her in any capacity. I don't bring up anything she did to me, but I just did this because I wanted it to stop. From May 27th until present, defendant Fox and Lewis, they continue to report that I am a retired attorney trying to evade disbarment. They continue. Then defendant Fox takes it a step further, calling me a crazy bitch during one of her lives. And then during this time, my mental health, they know that I'm ADA protected, and they're calling me crazy and stating
they're mocking you. Yeah.
They're mocking me. And then plaintiff's reputation online has been completely ruined as a professional. Defendant Hales refuses to be noticed in the aforementioned case as to the evidence that continues to be told to the clerk of court, asking the clerk of court to take him off of service, claiming he's an interested party and an attorney, which he clearly is not. He is a defendant. And to date, plaintiff continues to receive harassing emails and has suffered substantial damages in results to the defendant's actions. So, this is all the causes of action. But if you guys want to go, this is all on my website. You can see firsthand. I have, I'm sorry, we go back up. I have all of the, if you keep going, let's get past the lawsuit. I have all the evidence. It's all right there under the same filing on my website. So if you go, like, you can see the emails, like you can see all of this, like you can see how I was harassed, all the things that were done about, and this isn't even conclusive of everything. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. You can see, you see this, right? Like you can see all these things and like, look at this. If you Google search my name, look at all the shit now that comes up under my name. They have ruined my name on a Google search. Okay.
Yeah.
Put all this shit in there. You know what I'm saying? All this duck face, this crap. This is all public record that they have just sabotaged and ruined my name in a Google search to the point where I have to probably get a new legal name to actually have a chance in a, securing, work after this because they have ruined my name so bad. And look, here's Megan riling people up. Who's going to have the most fun in this lawsuit? She's riling people up, like making a mockery of my lawsuit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So here's my cease and desist letter to her. You guys can see it all. Like, here's all the bullshit that they filed about me, the lies. Here's the hate group. This is what the hell's logo. Why isn't he asking him to take it down? 5.6 thousand members. He's allowing,
and it's been up for years.
And he's allowing this.
And here's the thing. So they filed to have that logo trademarked, right? Martha did it years ago, and they didn't follow through with it. Okay, she didn't, but she also broke up with him, and who knows what the real reason is why there was no follow through. But he's been using that logo for years, which in any type of, whether he's registered trademark or not, if anybody uses that logo, he legit will win a lawsuit if he goes against anybody. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So whether it was actually trademarked or not, he's been using it for years. So the fact of the matter is, all he has to do is contact Facebook and fill out a copyright form.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And let Facebook know this group is using his logo.
Yeah.
Prove it's his, and done. They'll take it down. Okay? He has to prove it. And you're going to tell me that Hales, Mr. Lawyer himself, doesn't know that when he can go after anybody and try and take it down?
It's to attack anybody who goes against him.
Right.
Look right here.
He loves the drama. He loves that. He loves that page. Yeah, and he says he stated he finds his own information out of it. Where are you getting your information from? You're getting your information from a bunch of keyboard warriors that don't know anyone that they're even talking about, or situations or anything like that. And that's where that's why he looks like such an idiot when he says things on his live.
Yeah, well, that's
You know what I mean?
that's how he's ruining my reputation because that page is public.
Yeah.
And look right here. Here he is during J Hips Live. Look at these are his comments. Amazing how felons, disbarred, wig wearing, Botox, botched plastic surgery people flock together. During the same live, they use my image. Look at this. They use my image and then they encourage crowd participation, highlighting. They highlighted the comments. So this is the disbarred Florida attorney Yepers. Her opinion is real important to me, not right. So this is so, and then he even goes on to distinguish who he is. I'm a middle-aged fat dude who is balding, nothing to hide here. It's clear this is Hales. Okay, it's under his logo.
Yeah.
He goes on. And then he calls me disbar, wig wearing, Botox, botched plastic surgery. This is me. We all know who he's talking about. This is implied defamation. Okay, this is just one of the many defamatory comments that he's made against me. So I don't know how he thinks he's getting out of this. This is pretty clear cut to me. Is this not clear? Yeah. I'm not disbarred. That is a defamatory statement to call me disbarred. I am not disbarred.
Yeah, you know, what he's done, he got away with what he's been doing for 2.5 years because he is on a platform where Michelle and John like had no voice. You know what I mean? Yeah. So and he's reaching out to thousands upon thousands of people, right?
Yeah.
So then you have people who watched him, and once he started suing this woman, Marilyn Raby, okay, and he started literally showing who he was, which is where he saw all his viewers, you know, his viewer count going up. He realized that that's where he kind of has to stay. The drama, and trust me, Jeremy belongs to all the YouTube, you know, creator things, groups and things like that. Everything new at YouTube, he's on it. You know, it's all about, you know, the marketing of everything, and he knows what he's doing. He definitely knows what he's doing. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. But nobody else had a voice. And so he was able to take advantage of that and make all kinds of shit up, you know, and people would believe him. They believe him. There's nobody saying he's wrong or that it's not true. There was nobody saying it, you know, until Guapo.
Yeah.
People were just like, you know what? That was it for me, you know, and it was for me. Now, granted, I have already said I have not watched him for a period of time. When he pulled the hoarder shit thing with Robbie, I was done. But you know, when I saw what he did to Guapo, I was like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm not keeping my mouth shut anymore. And then that's when I learned what he was really doing to Michelle, because in the period from the hoarder house till like the hoarder house thing started pretty much like right after Jeremy moved to Otter Creek. Yeah. You know, I saw like Camp Hales 2.0 or like that I saw. But once the hoarder house thing happened, it's like the whole part of where Michelle and that I was bored with the town council stuff. Like, oh God, you're bitching about, you know, $25 for water. Like, you know, to me, I was just like, whatever, I can't be bothered with that. I didn't, you know. Yeah, I was just done. I didn't watch, so I missed the whole beginnings of you know the stuff with Michelle and John and how that started, and so I kind of jumped back, you know, and so when Guapo did this, or I'm sorry, when he did this to Guapo, and I was like, what the. And I'm looking at him, like, who is he suing now? Like, it was just like, what's going on? Yeah. So I started learning about it and everything. And then and the worst thing with me was when I found out there was a little girl on Paul that he was doing this. And I'm like, what?
That's a bunch of crap.
That was it.
Well, look right here, just so you know what this is. I tried to notice him on what he was doing, because notice is great, because if you can formally notice somebody and they refuse to mitigate it, you can hold them liable. Look right here. He takes himself off. Removal. Look right up here at the top. Removal from service. Okay. He says he is an attorney. He's an interested party. Jeremy Hales. Added by Leslie Ferderigas. That's a crock of shit. He is a defendant. He lied to take himself off of removal of service. Do you see that? I mean, the court documents don't lie. You see this,
Video
right? You see
live.
removal from service. Look right there. Removal from service. He claims to be an attorney and an interested party. Jeremy Hales never says he's a defendant.
Wow. But it shows right there that he removed himself. So it's like you can't say he didn't know about it. Now it doesn't matter because Shockett basically took service on it, right?
Yeah.
So he served. Done.
Yeah.
I believe you can also email Shockett in regards to Martha because
he's representing her too. But this look, just yesterday, look at the email. I got another harassing email from somebody by the name of Lions News. And so
okay. That dude.
That is? Yeah.
He's emailed me a couple times. A little bit ago, he emailed Robbie. Just ignore him. I did the same thing.
Here's what I said. I go, please know your email is being turned over to law enforcement to demonstrate the harassment as this case has been opened. You are welcome to follow the court case with filings to see the truth in what is going on. I have extensive evidence with a timeline of the attacks initiated against me. The evading service notice is evading service notice of evidence connecting Hales to the online cyberbullying attack that he continues to take upon himself and take himself off e-service. Formal service of a lawsuit has not been initiated because I still need to amend my complaint, which I did as of today, and now he's already accepted service. So service notice is not confined to formal service and not a lawsuit. You are missing the distinction. Because he was trying to basically say, well, you were trying to formally serve him. I'm like, no, I wasn't. But I was trying.
It's amazing that these people think they know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying.
You're trying to do this. You did that. No, what are you even talking about?
Yeah, I'm like,
stop listening to that fool.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm noticing him on his defamatory comments, and I'm making him aware so he can't say he didn't know he was engaging in defamation. Period.
Little bit says, Leslie, is it illegal to say you're an attorney and you're not?
No, I'm not an attorney. This is my own case. I can absolutely talk about this. Right. I can't give legal advice to others, but I can work behind the scenes. That my husband has a license. So if somebody needed an attorney, they could get my husband as their attorney and I can work behind the scenes. I'm absolutely allowed to do that. But this is my case. Do you understand? I can absolutely talk about my own case. I'm not consoling anybody else. I'm telling you what I'm doing in my own case,
Right. Yep. The fact that they're trying to say all this, saying he is an attorney if fraud, that is a criminal offense.
Well, he's lying to the court. He's lying. Look at all this bullshit. Is Leslie a hodunk? Is Leslie this? Is Leslie that? And it's like they want to sit there and say that I'm trying to attention seek. I'm not attention seeking. They're freaking blowing me up and I'm freaking reacting, idiots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what everybody seems to not realize. Like Jeremy's been doing all this shit. And what people like myself, Dave, Ray, I'm not going to speak for them, but the way I see it as far as they go as well, we're reacting, we're commenting, you know what I mean? This is just critiquing. That's what we're doing based on everything this guy does against his family or, hey, look, if he was doing something legit and good, what are we going to say? Congrats. You know what I mean? At this point,
If you Google search me, look at this. If you were to Google search me before this whole thing came down, I had a very clean record. Legally Leslie, live, divorce, custody, parental alienation. Lawyer Leslie, right? Legally Leslie on iHeart. I had no bad media. Then we get to this jerk off who obviously, violates stalking injunctions. And now look at how the tables turn. Legally Leslie, right? And then we're going to get to Legally Leslie, hot lips. I got a cease and desist telling me to stop saying Legally Leslie looks like a Muppet. I mean, all this garbage in my Google searches that I never had, like clown pictures, she will be in court. They ruined my
look how quickly they did that.
Look,
look how quickly they did that.
All this, and this isn't conclusive of everything. This is just me doing a mere quick search. Legally Leslie's message to Jeremy backfires. What the Hales? Legally sues everybody. It totally takes what originally was a very good reputation, which you can see right here. That was my reputation. Look at me.
Mhm.
I'm a nice reputation. I'm a nice attorney representation. And look what it does to me. Look at this
Mhm.
clowns, this Muppets, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Making me look like some jerk off.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. And he's done. I'm not even gonna look at my name until
Yeah.
I need to, and then
Oh,
I'm gonna
you
take
see
it
this. You see
all.
this picture. This is Anaya Waterman after this girl attacked the crap out of me. She wants to
Mhm.
come and play victim and make me look like the perpetrator. When I asked her to have a verbal conversation, she refused to have it. This girl came after me like no other. And then
Right.
after she attacked me really ruthlessly, she then tells me she has autism. And then she posts almost looking like she's dying of cancer and making me look like some jerk off. Like I didn't care and like I was attacking her. I didn't even know who this girl was had she not attacked me. Do you understand?
Mhm. Yeah. No. So what everybody, don't realize, or well, I shouldn't say everybody, and but what a lot of people don't realize is you're literally showing us your case. You're showing us what's been done
Well,
and
look
what's
at this.
happening.
Yes, they take my picture, they distort it, they use my image. Leslie Rodriguez, they make this ridiculous interview about me. This was done before anything. Then look, they take it, Leslie Rodriguez, and make me look like a fool. And then this
Right.
look, they're commenting on my YouTube, harassing me. This was all
Mhm.
done like well before this was done, in April. Okay. Then this is Anaya Waterman. Look what she says to me. I don't email her. She emails me on June the 6th. Your favorite internet troll here. I do hope you love the ode to you. I posted on Facebook. And then she makes this mockery of me on this link. Okay.
Right.
So she makes me like she reaches out to me. I didn't reach out to her. She reached out to me and I'm
Right.
reacting. That's what people need to understand. I'm not just coming out of the woodworks. These people are attacking me. And I look,
Mhm.
this is how I react. You see this? Mr. Hung Donkey. That's funny. This is funny. This is not nearly what they were some satirical.
Mhm.
Okay, which I'm making money from this. Look what they do to me.
Right.
They make my nose look bigger, they distort my face. Then they even look at this. They contact my adult daughter, my
Yeah.
ex-husband. They harass them. This is this is going on right here. You
Yeah.
guys don't understand. I'm just reacting to this craziness.
It's all insane. It's crazy what's going on. It's they're
Look at
going
this.
after everybody they can.
Lisa,
Yeah.
they made a hate group called Legally Duck-Faced Lips, Leslie Rodriguez. This is
Right.
its own group with 27 members that they made against me to harass me. I had done nothing to them at this point. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, what they did is they went in hard on you, hard and fast. You know what I mean? They've
Yeah.
been like doing this to everybody involved like over a period of time. But when you came in, and I think especially because you know law and you were talking
Yeah.
law and educating people on law, I think you scared a lot of people. And it was a nice breath of fresh air to hear another person come in and talk about law and how it really is.
Yeah.
So they've been doing this to all of us all along, but they went in hard on you, and they're taking direction. Okay,
Yeah.
and I know that we I know myself. Don't worry, it's gonna get worse before it chills out. But trust, it's okay. But I don't think any of us actually expected. I know I was shocked to see what they did to you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like as fast and as hard as they're doing it, and that they're continuing to do it.
Yeah.
So the only thing what I could say to you, I want to tell you to ignore it. I mean, obviously you can't. It's in a lawsuit now. I would just look, just get all the evidence you can.
Yeah.
Get all the evidence. Because they're going to try and say, "Oh, you're doing the same thing." No, you're not. you know.
Timeline is so important because what they're going to do is they're going to highlight when I fought back. They're going to highlight when I made satire. They're not going to let you know all the crap they did to me leading up to me creating the satire. The reason, and I'm allowed to create satire. The reason I created the satire was because they, one, attacked me. They wouldn't stop. I did cease and desist. They wouldn't stop. I reported to Facebook. I reported to YouTube. They wouldn't stop. That was when I did the satire because I didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. But you know, you responding, you commenting, and what you're doing in your own comedic way, is you're addressing some of the things that are said, and you're kind of like being like a nursery school teacher.
Well, I'm treating him like the baby that he is because he is a baby.
Right.
Like,
but you're pointing out all the flaws and everything that's going on.
You want to act like a baby? Well, I'll talk to you like a kid because that's how you presented yourself at this point. So, you know, it was satirical, but he is acting like a kid. You know, it's like a mature adult. When we sent him the cease and desist, a mature adult would have sent back, I apologize. I will not continue to disseminate false statements. Like that's what a mature adult would do. Instead, he comes back when we did the cease and desist and he goes, see you in court. Right. He basically and listen, this is the facts. This is the timeline. This is what the evidence is going to show. Does anybody out there think a jury is not going to see what is going on? So for him to sit there and tell his audience that he's winning or that my lawsuit has no merit with Fox and all these people, you guys are seeing this. Okay, you guys got to understand. I might be a retired attorney. My husband is an officer of the court. I work as, you know, basically a legal consult underneath his license. Do you think he would file on my behalf something that was filled with lies and risk his license? No way. This is our truth, period. Or we wouldn't be filing it sworn under my husband's license in the court.
These people are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the messages and stuff. Okay. Sorry, Facebook's out again. Every time I go live, they go nuts. But yeah.
Oh, is Facebook?
What's going on in the chat? Lisa. Oh, Lisa, quick. Why do you? All of Michelle's. What? On your lives, they're nice, man, filled with inspiration and effort. What? Hold on. What's going on? Since I'm not allowed to say anything on this channel. Okay, good night, Michelle. What do we call it? What's going on in the channel? Hold on, the chat's going. Well, yeah, you know, Michelle. There's certain comments that are being removed for protection. This is my channel. And there's reasons for that, and the people that it's being done to already know why. So because there's stuff being copy and pasted all over the place, and that's why some of these things are being removed. If there's no discussion about certain topics, then it's fine, and they know that. So let's see. What else? And some people think we're clueless and like to go into other chats and say so. So, and some people think it's funny to be rude to people on the panel too. So you know, there's a whole bunch of shit going on around, and it's really rude, and I just don't want there to be any rudeness going on. And yeah. There's nothing being done against Michelle. Anything that's been done at all has been for Michelle. So, uh, Kim, you'll never get an narcissist to admit doing wrong. Yeah, no, there's no way of changing him. That's not even going to happen. So, um, I wouldn't even try. You know, but the fact of the matter is, he's getting away with doing all this stuff for so long, and it's just wrong, and it has to stop. And unfortunately, the only way to stop it is through the court system, which he brought everybody to. You know, so Leslie, Kim Shoe's asking if you've seen the app Delete Me. I think it can remove a lot of that stuff that they posted.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to hire somebody because I'm not sophisticated enough, you know what I mean, to get it to be removed.
Yeah.
The good news is my clients that I work directly with, we win. So no matter what anything is, stated about me, when we win, they don't really give a damn what is stated. But it's for future clients. You know what I'm saying? It's like the future clients that want to build trust in us. That's the problem. It's like the current clients that know us, they know we're good. They know we win cases and they're not going to disrupt the boat. But it still is embarrassing. What people don't understand is that I've been estranged from my own parents since 2019. And when all this broke out, my father took this as an opportunity to screenshot and print out every single humiliating, degrading comment made on this What the Hales Facebook site. He printed it out, put it into a folder, left it on my doorstep to make a mockery of me. My dad and I, it's not a good situation. And my kids who are able to read picked up the envelope, opened up the envelope, and saw all the degrading comments made about their mother, and then brought it to me. That is the problem. Do you understand? It's not like what these people don't realize is it's far greater than a simple post on Facebook. I mean, I had my own father printing out these posts, dropping it on my doorstep for my own children to see. It has damaged me.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, so it's like when this stuff all happens, oh, Leslie.
Shut up, girl. It's all good. I gotta support those. I believe in. Okay.
Thank you. It's just it's sad though, because when they see that there's a little bit of something, whatever it may be, like you have an issue with your family, or you have an issue, let's say you have some type of mental disability.
Yeah.
They go and they harp on it, you know what I mean? And I think that's what they started with as far as Michelle goes, And so like when I said like he saw like there's like a weak link somewhere and he's been harping on it ever since.
It's not,
and
it's not, see, here's what people don't understand. I openly broadcast my disability, and I'll tell you why I do it. I openly broadcast it because if people have awareness of my disability and they continue to attack me, they have that much greater liability. Do you understand? Like I've got IIED claims right now in my civil lawsuit. My disability is public record. Okay. And it's not a disability. It's not a learning disability. It's a disability. I'll be straight up with you guys because it's out there in public. I have bipolar disorder. Okay. And I want to educate the public to understand what bipolar disorder is. When I feel emotions, I don't feel them like the normal person. If I feel depression, I feel depression like 150, 200% the normal person. If I feel happiness, I feel happiness to 150% to 200 to the normal person. My feelings are exacerbated. That's what bipolar disorder is. People don't understand that. Okay. And so I have suffered with this mental illness. It goes hand in hand. And everybody, when I told you guys I was in the gifted program, that wasn't meant to mean that I was better than anybody else. Being in the gifted program is almost like having autism. We are different. Okay. The gifted program, the gifted program.
Did he tell you I text him?
What? I'm sorry. So
no, it's Gabe. It's okay.
Okay. No, but what I'm saying is being in the gifted program, when I talk to school counselors, the reason they have a gifted program and they take students and they isolate them is because what has been told to me by the schools is that these people feel alone in life. They feel people cannot understand them because their minds operate differently. I was in the gifted program. Do you understand? That doesn't mean I'm better than anybody else. That means I was considered different to the point they had to isolate me to be with like-minded people who could understand me. So you have to understand that, like, that compiled with having bipolar disorder, my mind already thought differently from the world. Okay. Compiled with the fact
Thank you, bearded fisherman.
that my feelings were not normal to the normal person. My feelings were exacerbated. Okay.
Right.
So that is my disability. That is public record. And they have attacked me with that, saying I should be on medications. But then they're attacking me with a bullying type of attack, knowing that I'm a vulnerable population that doesn't take feelings like the normal person. So if somebody attacks me, do you understand, like, Lisa, like if somebody attacks me, what?
Hey, he's screaming something that's not related. Go ahead. She's
okay.
serious.
No, but if somebody attacks me hurtfully, what you guys might be able to get over, like Lisa, you might cry for a second, get over it. It could be suicidal for me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because like as aggressive as people see that you are with you know, like let's just say for instance this case, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're fast. You're not letting it just
That's
disappear or dissipate.
That's the bipolar.
You know?
Yeah.
But as fast as you are and how like in what's the word I'm looking for? Or aggressive or as intense as you can make this.
Lisa, it's not normal.
I'm not first off, who's to say what normal is anymore? Okay. But as aggressive as or high energy as you are, that you know, where you can focus on certain things like this, that's as high energy. Well, that's how much low energy you get when it's low.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's it's high.
Lisa.
It's like super high when it's high, when it's there, and then it's super low. Like there's no like kind of in the middle there.
Lisa, you're a goddamn genius, girl. You get it. Listen. What people and I'm here because you guys got to understand, this is public record because I was a spokesperson for bipolar. Demi Lovato has bipolar.
There's a lot of people that you know, people know in the public eye that are bipolar. So it's not like it's just, you know.
No, but what you guys don't understand.
But your highs are extremely high and your lows are extremely low.
So when I get low, like in
hold on.
No.
Sorry, I'm just talking to Robbie.
Okay,
He's saying I gave him the wrong link.
So I'll tell the audience. So in 2011, I was really low. Somebody tried to kill me by strangulation. And it was a low, and I tried to commit suicide. When I tried to commit suicide, it wasn't, I tried to commit, I never wanted to wake up again. Okay.
Right.
So you guys have to,
this might be triggering this part of this conversation. I just want to put that out there. Robbie, I'm sending you another link. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is, you guys, people have to understand out there. These people knew that I had an ADA disability. This is a disability. Okay.
Yeah.
They knew I had this, and they're making fun of this disability. Listen, do you think I want this disability, Lisa? Do you think I want to feel extreme emotions? Honestly. I mean, I love the high. I love the high. I love feeling extreme highs. Do you think I want to feel extreme lows? You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
And so the sad part is these people don't care what my disability is. They're going to attack me, and they don't give a shit if they bring me to a suicidal place. Now, I am not going to let them bring me to a suicidal place. I'm going to fight. But do you understand, to the normal person, it's an easy fight. To somebody like me, it's a very hard fight. Okay.
Right.
So my point is that, you know, what they're doing, they're messing with a very, very scary, slippery slope, because you when somebody has a disability that I have, and you're attacking me in the manner that you're attacking me, And you know it because it's all across public
and it's not like you went into this fully knowing this is what was going to happen at all. Like
Lisa,
this is so out of normal.
Listen, this is part of the reason I've stayed out of the limelight, because I knew I couldn't handle it. Do you understand?
Right.
And so now that I'm in this limelight of bullshit, excuse my language, I'm trying to toy with what's going to work with how can I survive this. So can I survive this through satire? Because what they will tell you is people with bipolar, like myself, that have a gifted whatever, because gifted, like I said, doesn't make me better. It just makes my mind is wired differently than other people. It's almost like autism. Okay. So I've got a gifted mind, which is wired like autism, and I'm bipolar on top of that. Do you know what I'm saying? I am very alone.
We have swear buckets, Leslie, by the way.
Yeah, girl. Like I'm like not like a normal person. I'm not a normal person in this world. And do you not think for a moment, I wish I was normal and I could relate? I wish I wasn't so because the bipolar and the gifted craziness in my head tells me to go do these crazy things because I don't want to be like society.
But hold on a second. How crazy are these things that you're doing? You're creating, satire. You're basically using it as therapy for yourself, for something they or anybody has ever done to you. That's your outlet. This is your outlet, and you're allowed to have your outlet. And quite frankly, I know when it comes to the law and stuff, like none of this is taken away from your education about the law. Okay. No. So, I mean, I can sit here and talk about music all day long. I can talk about concerts. I can talk about PR. I can talk about radio marketing and the music. And I can talk about that a lot. But you don't really hear me talk a lot about that. But I can. You know what I mean? So to me, I like the fact that you're actually stating some of this because it shows you're human, right? Yeah. And not only are you educating a lot of people here about the law, but you're also educating them about your mental. Do you call it illness or disorder?
It's a mental illness. It's listen, my parents walked out of my life in 2019.
But then you got people also who can totally understand where you're coming from because they either live with it, whether it be them, a family member, a friend, you know what I'm saying? So people can relate and they get to see you as that human being.
That's why I came out publicly with it. Okay. I came out publicly with it because I felt like I'd be living a lie if I didn't, because I'm not a normal person. When I cry,
I don't like the fact that you say that, though.
No, but I'm saying when I cry, listen, Lisa, when I cry and I'm sad, it's the end of the friggin' world. It's not a normal cry. Do you understand? Yeah. And that's why people with my disorder commit suicide all the time. The probability for someone like me to commit suicide is much higher than the normal person. We feel people with bipolar, because our synapses in our brain are not, they're not the same as other people. We feel feelings way more intense. But if you look at a lot of musicians have bipolar. And the reason they can make these amazing songs that bring you to tears, because they're in this low that only someone with bipolar can feel that low without killing themselves. Do you understand? It's like when I'm dealing with a situation, I don't have an even playing field. It's either really high or really low for me. And I'm really up or I'm really down. There's no moderation, and
high highs and low lows.
Yeah. And they say, with people with bipolar, that the hardest thing is medicating people like us, because we don't want to run away from our high, because our high feels so good. When we're on top of the world and we're going a million miles a minute and we're on top of the world, we never want to let go. We don't want to feel mundane and level. Because the high is an addiction in itself. Do you understand? But the problem is people with bipolar, we kill ourselves all the time. That's what we do. We kill ourselves because we go really high.
That's not the answer. And
I'm saying, but that's what happened. You understand? Because we reach such a low.
That's what you find in a lot of people that have done those things, that they were dealing with things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand where you're going with that.
And I'm saying, like, I have come out publicly with this, and the problem is that's really sad is I came out publicly to help kids because I was a kid with this. And
Right.
you understand, my parents rejected me because of my giftedness and my
Uh-huh.
bipolar. Put gifted and bipolar together, we are a very odd population. Okay, I'm just saying, and nobody could understand us, and let alone my parents could never understand me, and why they don't speak to me to this day. But it's like you take that and you put it. So I came out publicly because I wanted children who were like me, because I would cry. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Let me explain this, because I think this might be a little traumatic, but this also might really like explain. When I was a kid and my parents would yell at me and call me names and reprimand me, I used to take a belt and try to strangle myself at 8 years old. That's what bipolar is. Okay. I would take a belt around my neck and I would choke myself out to where I would pass out because I hated myself so much as a kid. Right. That's what kids with bipolar feel like. But bipolar is not, it's not diagnosed until you're in your 20s typically. I came out publicly to save the children that felt like I felt. Okay. Yeah. And they call that compiled with giftedness. They call it gifted. And that's why I think some of your audience was offended that I was like, I'm gifted. They felt like I was pompous and better than them. No, gifted is like autism. It's like autism. We're not like the normal person. We are segregated in school. We're segregated and put into a class because we think differently. And it's evolved. And that's, my son is gifted. And I asked, why is my son put into a different class? I asked this a couple of years ago because my son was gifted. And they said, because kids will not understand your son. He will relate to those that are gifted. You have to understand it's a very lonely place to be. It's not necessarily like you're gifted. They say the term gifted, but it's like autism. It's like autism. Yeah. We think a totally different way of thinking, which is crazy.
Let's move forward, because this conversation might be a little triggering for people. So, and I definitely appreciate you discussing it, but like, I think that maybe we could do, like, if you want, we could do a separate show regarding talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have to continue. Like, I'm sorry, I wanted, because I felt bad.
No, but you know what? No, I feel like sometimes if you're talking about it, right, you need an outlet, right?
Well, it's not just about me. I'm sorry. I didn't want to.
But no. Don't get me wrong. If you need an outlet, maybe other people need an outlet. Maybe other people need to understand. But if we can make it, like, we could do another show in regards to it, maybe like do it during the day, just to discuss mental awareness. Because I know a lot of people deal with it. As a matter of fact, Super Dave talks about his mental health a lot. So maybe Super Dave can come in and you guys can talk, and maybe talk about how this affects people that suffer from some type of mental health issues, and how just how you guys are relating to all of it, and you guys can help each other. Because believe it or not, when you talk about yourself, you help educate others, and people feel like they can relate, and that's a good thing. This isn't a bad thing. This isn't about this isn't a weakness. However, some people might find the topic triggering. So if we could set aside as a matter of fact, didn't you and Dave, both of you guys actually posted something in regards to mental awareness? Yeah. Right? We're just recently, right? But I saw that both of you did. So maybe we could do a show in regards to that. I'm happy to be involved because I love, to educate myself on things that I don't really know about. You know what I mean? Yeah. So maybe we can do something like that. I sent him the link again. I actually sent him the link that I sent Leslie to get on here. So he should have the correct link. I don't know why. I mean, I keep hitting invite, and it's giving me the link. But I sent him the one that Leslie was able to get on here with now. So
yeah, I understand totally.
So yeah. So I'm thinking maybe we could do that. I'm just looking at the chat and I'm just seeing certain comments and stuff. So
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I'm sorry. I
Mhm.
just, you know what I'm saying? I just,
There he is. See, that worked.
where's Save? Is Save there?
Robbie.
Is
Robbie.
Robbie there?
What up? What up?
Yeah,
Hey,
I kept
Robbie.
sending him the link and it kept saying it didn't work. That
Hello.
happened the other night. I think
You
you,
kept
Leslie,
sending
right?
me the wrong link.
No, I kept look. There's an invite button, and I would click invite, and it would say copy. I copied, and I sent it to you like 4 times. So finally, I just now
And
I
it
went
would
back to
say
the
ended 4 hours ago.
But anyway, so no, what I
It
did
was
was I sent you.
constantly saying,
It sent you to another, like an older. Oh, it said ended 4 hours ago. So that was
yeah,
popping up with the link from the earlier live from this afternoon.
you went live from this afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, I went live with. We were live with Bruce on the street, man on the street, at the Karen Reed Verdict Watch. Yes, but that's weird because I'm in here. All I did was click invite, and it gave you that invite number, I guess, to click on. What I ended up doing was just going to Leslie's to get Leslie on here because she's here, and that worked. And then I just sent that to you. But that's weird. Like, I bet you if I do it again, hold on, click invite. Yeah, it's a number. I guess it's a number from the earlier one, but it's a totally different number than what you just got.
Yeah.
But it's weird. Anyway, you're here.
It's weird.
Hey, Robbie.
Hey, Leslie.
So yeah, so it's I think we should do that, Leslie. What do you think, Robbie? You think we should have like a mental awareness, maybe a mental awareness check?
That gets awfully deep. You don't want to get in my head. My head's too scary. You saw a taste of my head today, Lisa. And you were like, what the hell?
Can I tell you guys something that really and this kind of provoked me, I guess, to go off on the tangent that I did. One of your viewers, Lisa, contacted me on TikTok, and he's been like an angel to me.
Love you, honey.
He told me about a story where his kids passed away from a car accident. His brother committed suicide from cyberbullying. And when I heard this, I internalized his pain. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I felt this man's pain, and he has been like God sent to me. Like he messages me on TikTok, and he's like an angel, honest to God.
Yeah.
And I always think mental health when I think somebody that commits suicide. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they had a diagnosis or they didn't, but this man made me when we all think that our lives are shit, right? We think our lives are shit. This man has changed my life. And he's your audience, girl. And
Leslie, listen, we all get there, and just many years of therapy, I'll tell you right now.
That's why I was saying that, Connie.
You just have to learn to put things in a different space.
Yeah.
Right.
Per se. That's why I'm so, anything I get into, I go into 150%.
How do you do that?
And
Robbie?
I drown
how do you not let, because I think this is good for the audience to know. How do you not let things cross over? What do you do?
Leslie, there's things that happened to me when I was a little kid that most people ended their lives over. And I just, over many years of therapy, I was in gifted classes. I was always, they didn't even find out what I was till I was later on in life, because I barely spoke English.
Yeah.
I didn't even speak English till 2nd grade. and I got held back in second grade because I didn't speak English well enough.
Yeah.
And then other things happened to me in life. And, I just learned that it happens. We're not the only ones it happens to. Something happens to everyone.
Yeah.
It's just what makes us different is how we go about doing it. And I go full blown. That's probably why I went full blown drugs. And it wasn't because
there's no moderation, right?
I wasn't running away from something. That's how I am. That's my personality. It's addictive.
Yeah.
It's called an addictive personality. Yeah. It's not even 110.
Can I ask you a question? Because I think my question maybe people might resonate with this. When you have an awareness, Robbie, like you have an awareness about something that provokes emotion, right? And how do you handle it when you feel like nobody understands that awareness? Like how do you deal with that?
I hang out with my son.
Yeah.
Because he's the same way I am.
So you go for like-minded people.
Yeah, right? Always.
Yeah.
Always.
You know what? Hold on.
So that kind of goes to the gifted program, right? As to why they told me my son needed to be segregated, because they said my son would never be able to truly be understood by the normal population. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He will. He will.
No, he will. But
he's just got to find. He's just got to find. He's just got to find something to put his passion into, and mine was animals.
So is my other son. No, but you're right, because it's almost like an obsession, right? To the normal world, it almost appears like an obsession.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bearded Fisherman, Michelle is not blocked. Just so you know. And there are people who are talking in the chat in regards to this. There are people who are saying, let's move this over to a different, time or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm paying attention to the chat. Terry, who is here a long time, doesn't need to be so rude. But you know what? This is crazy.
The world is crazy. Everything's crazy. Everything you look at it is crazy.
There's gonna be topics that lead to other things that not everybody's gonna like, and I understand that. And if I see the chat that's having an issue with it, I'll try to change the topic and I'll move forward. But you know what? I'm also not gonna. Aside from Robbie, I'm not gonna cut people off in mid-sentence. You know what I mean? Just kidding, Robbie. But but when someone's like asking a question right now, maybe there's a reason why the question's being asked, and he's right here and he's got an answer. So that's why this just continued on for a minute. But I'm definitely going to do this. Obviously, people have relation to this, whether it's, like I said, them, a family member, a friend, or whatever. And maybe, if we did a show like that, you guys can help each other. And we can. I don't have a lot of experience with this personally myself, but I know of friends that have situations with what you're talking about. And I know a lot of people
many friends like that, Lisa.
Yes. I have a lot of friends that are high energy. Okay. And I'm saying higher energy because they may have different mental illnesses, if we're calling it mental illnesses. You know what I mean? I believe they have their own description of what it is that they deal with. Like Robbie may say it one way, Leslie may say it another, based on what they face. But I think that it would be good to do a show about that, because people can come together that are here and don't have a problem with the conversation, but I understand people do. So I think that we should do like a separate show, like maybe during the day, and just like help each other get through whatever they might be going through right now. Like this is obviously affecting Leslie. And Robbie, it's affecting
Leslie,
you.
I'm not
No,
trying
but
Leslie,
to
just stay on. Just stay on, and then Lisa.
Content. Like, I feel bad now. I don't want to detour.
No.
Leslie, stop. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad.
Listen, I want to tell you
Don't
something
feel
happened
bad.
I was
today.
just trying to be honest. That's all. That was it.
Never, and that's it. You're being honest, and never feel about being bad about being honest.
You're being real. You're being yourself. You're being who you are.
Never feel bad about your feelings.
Exactly.
That's the first thing you got to learn.
I'm not like, listen, you guys got to understand the last thing I ever.
Leslie, stay on all night tonight, and after we end this, I'll talk to you.
That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I'm not here. Like, I'm here because I believe in Lisa's channel. Okay, so you guys understand why I'm here. Lisa.
Well, that's why everybody's here, honey.
No, Lisa is a truth teller. She's no bullshit. She's a good person. She's going to tell you guys.
Listen. When this whole thing started, way before this Michelle thing, Lisa was gathering evidence, and Lisa wanted to go off. And I don't like confrontation. I do not like it. Will I deal with it? 110%. Do I like it? No, because I believe in spreading positivity and good. You feel good about yourself, feel good about everything. Look for the good, look for the silver lining in life. That is my motto.
Yeah.
And when it went too far, I told Lisa, go for it, do what you got to do, because I knew she would research everything, and Tori would research everything, and Mom would research everything.
I will count on Lisa. If I have a question about some topic, I'm going to go to Lisa. Okay. That's why I'm here, because I believe in you, Lisa.
You guys are funny.
No, listen, I believe in you. You tell the truth. Do you understand? And
why lie?
No, I just never want to take away from that. And that's all I'm saying.
I don't want you to come on here and feel like because something in the chat's saying that you're not welcome here or anything like that. Please, I don't ever want that to happen.
I only did that because I need like I'm giving my truth on your show. Do you understand?
Right.
And I want people to know me too, because I'm giving my truth on your show. And I'm not going to lie about my life and like who I am. And you've always been so accepting, you and Robbie, because you guys are amazing people. And so I just want to make sure that, whatever we discuss is, what your audience wants to hear. So I don't want to go on a tangent, and I apologize if I do. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's okay. Put it this way, Leslie. If you need to speak and say something, that's why you're speaking. Do you understand? And I get that. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. So, like today, Robbie, and Robbie was about to tell you this, so I'll just tell you. I was talking to Robbie, right?
Yeah.
And he's busy working with Chris and talking, and like everything he was kind of saying, he was very snippy, which isn't Robbie.
Yeah.
And I said to him, like, dude, what's wrong? I'm like, well, what's going on? And I said, like, you're really, really snippy, and it's not him. It's not him. I mean, it is, but it's not him on an everyday basis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and he just came out and just started saying things, what's going on, how this is, the case, all this bullshit, all these people, and then some things in regards to him, which is personal. I'm not going to say anything. Not too personal. It wasn't that kind of a crazy conversation, but he was expressing, shit that's irritating him right now. And it was showing. So I was just like, what's going on? So it gets to a lot of people, and Robbie is high functioning, like he was saying. But that does not mean because he's high functioning that he's going to react any different from you or any different from me. Because trust me, Robbie's heard me go off.
Yeah.
Robbie has heard me go off, especially in a situation that may have appeared to be a certain way that it wasn't, and I needed to vent out my expressions. You know what I mean? I needed to vent that out. So I get why you're saying what you're saying, and why I get why when Robbie's here and he made a mention of something, you felt the need to ask him a question. This is all good. This is fine. I just think if we want to go further into the conversation, we can do a separate show. Because I know Super Day will probably be really interested in that too.
I think he'd be a great person to bring on to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I can understand it's triggering for some people, and then I can understand it can be an outlet for others. So it's a difference, But what I want to bring up, guys, because I watched the chat this evening. Again, I'm going to point out I am not a PR person for Michelle. Okay, I have not been hired to do PR at all. However, I know PR. All right. And what I've watched and what I've seen the Facebook people do, Jeremy do, all these people do is every time she says, her or John, say anything in this chat in regards to the case, in regards to something, okay, it's copied and it's sent over. All right. So I have made sure that if certain topics are mentioned, and it's not just me, people in the chat have noticed it. I've been emailed about it. Okay. And that includes some donors and things like that too. There's certain topics that if they want to express them, that's fine. But here, where it's being copied and pasted and used against them, I try to block it and remove it. So you may see something that was said that was removed, but there's a reason behind it, and it's not a negative reason on our end. It's a positive reason. It's to stop them from using her own words against her. Okay, and if I've said this to her, I've said this to John. This is not a secret, okay? But I understand it can get annoying, but this is my chat, and I'm doing everything I can to protect her. So I hope you guys all understand that, okay? The other thing that's going on is there's someone in here literally being rude, that whether it's because there's somebody on the panel or not, but has also been seen in other chats talking badly about me, and I'm like, okay, fine. If you're going to do that, that's fine. You can do that, but don't think you're going to come back into my channel and start acting like you're not in other channels dissing me or whatever, and then I don't know about it because everybody's messaging me about it. I don't have to be in the channel where I'm getting messages about it. And it's like, look, you want to say what you say?
That's exactly why I say people suck.
Yeah, but you have every right to have your own opinions. But if you're going to be rude, especially to people on my panel, and I know you're doing that elsewhere, don't expect me to allow you to continue to be rude in my chat. So,
don't be fake.
Because in all honesty, guys, if maybe I don't want to turn off the chat for our lives and stuff. But if we're going to do a show, maybe certain shows that we do,
thank you,
the chat
Beverly.
should be off. I don't know, because I can't really tell. People like it, people don't. I don't want anybody to be rude in here. You can have your opinions, just don't be rude towards other people. Okay, you could disagree. Everybody disagrees. I disagree with Robbie.
Does that make you better or a bigger person to be rude to someone else and put someone else down? How does it? I'm not even going to get into this because I'll go off on a rant and I'll get pissed off, and it'll really piss me off. And it's just, why belittle people?
Yeah.
If you need that much attention, Vanessa, 100%.
Yeah, that's all that I've ever asked. I'll never tell you not to go to a channel. All I say is keep your ears and your eyes open for your own. Make your own decisions based on what you listen to on or hear or see for yourself. You know what I mean? I say that, and then I just ask you. You can have your opinion. I ask you not to be rude in the channel, especially to people that are talking on the panel. You know what I mean? And I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're unwelcomed here, because if they were unwelcomed, I wouldn't have them on the channel.
Can I make a point too, Lisa? One thing that drew me to you and Robbie is you guys, it was funny, Lisa. I don't even know if you know this. When before I knew you and I was talking to Bruce and everybody, they were like, "Oh, Lisa from Two Lees, she's airing something from what I did, right?" and they wanted to show me that you were doing that. And they were like, but she's a really private person. So they told me she's a really private person. Like, she doesn't let a lot of people in. That's what that's what I was told.
Me?
You know, yeah, about you. And then
it's kind of funny because
yeah.
I am, but I'm not. It's like if I let you in, I'm open.
You're
as
in.
book.
No, but you were like,
I'm an open book.
You like, I got along.
I'm pretty open though on here. I'm not as closed up.
No, but you were just like, you got to understand. I appreciate you and your openness and non-judgmental, ways in which really demonstrates your intelligence and your ability to convey to the public the truth. And I want to extend that appreciation to you and Robbie, because I didn't know you guys from Adam, you know what I mean? But like, I got to know you in a short period of time, and you guys did nothing but demonstrate like the utmost, like, just respect from me. And I don't respect, it takes a bit for me to respect people because I don't trust a lot of people, but I will say I trust you guys. And, what you guys tell the public, I trust. You guys are real. You're real. It's no BS.
I try to vet everything, Yeah. And like I said this before, like, let's just say Jeremy was accused of something that, I mean, hey, we all know it's possible he could do anything, right?
Yeah.
But if I truly believe, nah, he didn't do that, I'll say it. Just because I don't like half the shit that he does, or actually probably like 90% of the shit that he does or says. If I really felt that he wouldn't do something or go that far or whatever, it's hard to say at this point because of everything he's done. But if I felt he didn't do it, I will say it. That's why, like, when this whole attack thing came about Guapo, and he went after him, and I started to talk about it. It was like, are you kidding me? You're the biggest bully there is. You're not the victim, you're the bully. And I started learning about what went on with Michelle's case and everything. I was like, give me the puzzle pieces. What's the story? Is this real? Is this not? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know. And I was very open at the fact that I did not like this guy. Okay.
Listen, when this all went down and he started it on Guapo, I called Guapo right away and I said, you and I have to talk, because I saw what happened before it even came out. And Guapo said, you're right, we do. And we sat and talked on the phone for over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And put the puzzle pieces together. And it was like, dude, I'm so sorry about anything negative I ever said about you. And
because when that first happened, I told Robbie what was going on. Like, it started with, the whole thing with Chapo, right? And you were still in your feels, right? But by the time Jeremy, I think it was like within a month or so, that Jeremy actually was at that storage unit and ended up attacking Guapo. I had watched more of Guapo, and I'm like, well, to me, he had I learned that his grandfather had passed. I felt very bad. And I learned a lot of things that were going on in his life over the past, like, couple of years that we've missed, because when the Hoarder House thing kind of broke these channels apart, per se, I wasn't paying attention to Guapo at all, and I like, wow, he's really matured. And that is the age that he's at would be that age bracket where you do learn a lot within a certain time frame. You know what I mean? He was just turning 30, and a big trauma in his life had just occurred, and when a trauma like that, when you lose someone so important to you like that, life sinks in, and you tend to look at your life like, what the hell am I doing? What do I want to be? Where do I want to go? Because you also realize that you're not invincible, because the strongest person, the Rock of Gibraltar in your life, is gone, and you learn he wasn't invincible. No one's invincible. I'm not invincible. You know what I mean? And so to me, what I saw Yeah. Well, to me, what I saw in Guapo is a lesson that I had learned myself, and I saw maturity since like the Hoarder House days, and I just and it's reality. I mean, he's grown up. He's you learn more as you grow, and I definitely expressed that to Robbie. And Robbie, I want to say I'm so
Mother
proud of
birds,
you.
I love you.
I'm so proud of you for taking what I said, because I know that a lot of that had to do with you picking up that phone that day, because I didn't think you were going to, and you did. And look, you know, so I'm just really glad that that's transpired. I hate that Guapo had to learn that lesson, but it's like lessons a lot of us learn, but to watch him go through it really, really sucked. But
that's what sucked. Is it hurt me worse seeing Guapo go through it than when I went through it.
Right. Because you know that pain. You know.
And I was like, oh my God. And I called him right away.
Yeah. So it's like I tried to be as unbiased as possible throughout this whole Preston case thing. So I was live, and I'm saying this because Leslie, you were not here. And Leslie's only, guys, you have to realize, Leslie's only realizing who the players and all this are. She has no idea.
She's just
learning. Yeah.
So like what I tried to do was completely stay unbiased, but I was open. I said I did not like this guy, and I have a lot of reasons not to. But I wanted to look at a case like I would any case, trying to be unbiased. So we asked, look, I have this, send me the information. And so many people sent me things. And I can tell you, no one sends anything in Jeremy's favor. All these, fans he's got, all of them, nothing is in Jeremy's favor. So I was like, okay. And to this day, as much now he knows, what we talk about and how we critique him on his shows and stuff like that, and he's trying to silence us. To this day, no one has sent me anything showing that John and Michelle have stalked him, harassed him, any of that. None of it. And how can they? They don't.
Kmart sucks.
But anyway, so that's where I come from with all this. I was proven that Michelle did not do all this stuff that she's been accused of. I've gone back, watched all of his videos, every freaking one of them, man. And I see all the stuff that he said. I've seen all the mockery. I've seen the lies. I've seen the bullshit. Well, that's not true. Why can I say it's not true? Because we're all the way over here. We're in the future from that point. You know what I mean? That's the past. And I've seen all of it. And he freaking lied. Almost every video, there's a lie of some sort. And so I was just able to, pull it out. Every lie, everything I knew to be unsure, I pulled it out. Stored it here, stored it there, And I've gone back to everything I pulled out, and I've organized it all. And let me tell you something, you're all going to be freaking stunned when I end up showing you. I can't show you until it gets into the court. Once it does, you have full access to all of it. And you'll be able to see it.
You guys will shit.
Yeah. Lisa, you are no point. Well, okay. I don't know what that means. But, so, again, Leslie's basically new to this whole scenario. She does not know who all the players are. She's learning real fast. And I can tell you, you're up to speed on who the main players are right now at the very moment. There are other players all along up to this.
It's just it's like an endless bottomless sea.
It is. It truly is. And what I've done, and this is in just being honest, is I don't watch Megan and Tug until there's something that's pointed out to me, right? I'll go and I'll check it out. I've ignored them for the longest time. Okay, I never watched Shizzy. It's basically since you've been on that I've watched them a lot recently because I've been recording and downloading, and I have other people working with me on that too.
You saw all the attacks, I'm sure.
Yeah, I saw all the attacks, so I made sure we had them. you know?
Yeah.
And so, but other than that, like I really don't go unless there's a link sent to me. As far as Facebook goes, I get screenshots a lot of the time. I don't go to Facebook. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Unless I get that that screenshot or something that where it's pointed out to me. And sometimes while we're live, people, mention it and we joke about what they're saying. But other than that, I do not purposely go to Facebook to see what's going on and what's being talked about for the day. I don't do it. I don't do it at all. I didn't even do that for like Jeremy's community page or something until they filed a lawsuit against me, calling it, he amended the complaint, calling it the Weeks conspiracy.
It was.
That's ridiculous.
It was my conspiracy. Yeah, meaning it was my conspiracy, because prior to all that, it was Deuce's what the hell, eco chamber, or whatever, eco system. Okay, that's what it's been all along, and guess what? That's what it still is to this day. They keep saying it. Right. So when they've said that about the Weeks conspiracy, I went, hold up. I went to their community post and I copied everything they've said about it being Deuce's thing all along. I said, okay, all of a sudden, the day that this amendment was filed, it's no longer Deuce's thing. I was like, oh, that's funny. I said, well, let's keep checking this. 2 days later, we're back to it's Deuce's what the hell thing. I'm like, oh, so it's not the Weeks conspiracy. Whose is it? What's the story you're going with? But in court, it's a Weeks conspiracy. He's trying to blame it all on me. Whereas before, at all times, it's always Bruce. Like, for instance, you were mentioning the other night, Leslie, and how Bruce recruited you. I'm like, Bruce recruited. No, he didn't.
No. Michael Volpe. And I got suckered into this whole thing. Yeah.
And I don't even know. It's not a recruitment. Like, come on. This is bullshit.
Recruitment. I blindly fell trap into this craziness.
So it's like the spins that go on is ridiculous, and the accusation, like the stuff she's just looking like a complete idiot.
Yeah.
To me, I mean, the stuff she's saying, he's allowing her to talk more, and he's making her look like the idiot as well.
Liable, right?
Yeah. So it's like, wow, man. And the thing is, they're talking about things that they know is not true. Jeremy alone trying to claim that there's no cameras on that property is bullshit. Maybe he's not watching all of it. But we have pictures of it. We have videos of it. We have videos of him pointing them out and talking about how they record audio on them and how he laughs about it.
Dude, every time he was here filming with me, his phone would ding because Travis was doing something. He's like, hold on, I got to check and make sure this guy's working. And stuff like that, and
every time there's movement on those cameras, he gets notified. How do you think he knows? Look, if you saw the properties there and how there's not a lot of traffic that happens over there, and his house is like deep in. So like, let's say you're on a street and you got like a wooded area here, and then you have Michelle's property on the other side of the street. His house is actually behind the woods, the wooded area. It's behind it. So he can't see from his house what's going on that street. It's the cameras that are alerting him that something's going on. And then all of a sudden, within 2 minutes, two minutes, and it's happened so many times, he's coming up behind a truck or a car or something going on the street. Jeremy starts pulling up. And you'll see that you'll see it from Michelle's cameras, and you'll also see it from Jeremy's own filming. How he's behind it, because she had a porta potty there, so there's a truck that comes and cleans it out or whatever. He sees that, he comes up right behind it.
Listen,
and they
Jeremy's got a ton of fake cameras up there, and he'll have a group of like 5 fake cameras with 1 real camera in it, in that group, and just to make it look like there's more. And
he was trying. He created that. What was it called? What do you call it? Not a elf on the shelf. Stuck in a truck, right?
Yeah.
Because I haven't had an injury on the top of my foot where I couldn't put a shoe on. I had to like wear a sock, and we were over there doing the fence, right? So in order for me to not bang my foot, because I'm also 5'10.5", I'm tall, I have long legs, I would have to turn myself sideways to get my foot out of the car. You know, so he was calling it stuck in the truck, right? How would he know that? I'm on Michelle's property on her driveway area. How would he know that? Where would he
That's how
come
he
up with
knows
stuck
it.
in the truck? And when he did graphic cartoons of me, how would he know to put a black sweatshirt on? Because that's my social media sweatshirt. How would they know that? Which only proves that they're the ones that did it. But yeah, how would anybody know that I'd be in a black sweatshirt? You know, so there's things, and then he's talked about things that Tori and I discussed, standing outside the fence line, that we purposely discussed just to see if he'd repeat them, and he did. You know, so we know what's going on. We know what he can hear, like where we can stand and he'll hear it. We know where we can stand, how far the camera footage is. Like he'll drive by filming, and he'll make it look like it's the drive-by footage that he's showing on his on his, whether it be his posts or his videos. And some of it is not drive-by footage, it's actually footage from the camera. And you can tell because we know where the cameras are. Jeremy, as he's driving to this day, as he's driving by in his truck, cannot see certain areas anymore. That's why you'll see him pass by, like in that dog video, you'll see him pass by at a certain spot he can see, which is more towards where the barn is, and he'll film over there because he gets a glimpse of inside. The rest of it he can't see because it's shade cloth that was put out. You know? So I'm telling you, he's got cameras. The other day he denied them. He's got them. He's lying. We saw them. We have footage of them. Thomas Collins did footage of them, videoing them. There's one camera that we saw that is missing, and that's because Travis moved it over to TubeTown 2.0. They joke about a camera in a bird cage. There's 2 bird cages there. There's one in a tree. So birdhouse. Did I say cage? Yeah, birdhouse. Sorry. There's one in a tree, and yet Travis is sitting on a video laughing about this camera that's supposedly in a birdhouse, and meanwhile the birdhouse is hanging behind him, but where it's hanging from is a camera, and you can see the camera behind him the whole time. So there's a birdhouse that had a camera in it, not right where he was, and there's a camera right behind his head the whole time on the basketball hoop thing the whole time. And I'm thinking, are you an idiot?
Let's just change the subject. Let's go to something else because that's pissing me off. It's
irritating when you see all this stuff going on and nothing's being done about it.
Yeah.
And that's why I took all the evidence I can gather, everything I got. I put all the statutes together that these are breaking laws. See, Jeremy seems to try and walk a thin line, but he's actually broken a lot of laws. So I put it all together and I handed it over, and it's updated constantly. And once it's in the court where I don't have to show my evidence anymore of what he's done, I can show it to everybody else. And you're going to see it all. Not just a piece of paper. You'll be able to go and click on that and then click on that.
I think you need to upload all your evidence now, Lisa.
It's done.
Civil case, you know what I mean?
Leslie, it's done.
Yeah.
So there's and it's a lot. And it's not just him. It's everybody he's involved with, every employee, every minion there is. There's information about everybody on it. Yeah. Who they are, how they're attached, what they've done, what they've said, their video.
Dude, if I need evidence, I'm going to you, girl, because I know you're like the Mecca. You're like the
That's what just blows my mind about all this is all the minions that sit there and drink the Kool-Aid, and some of them see what's going on, and they still are doing.
No, you know why? You know why, Robbie? Because they're in the initial stages of Hales protecting them with view counts. But when a court gets involved and a court starts to see that the view counts are orchestrated, planned, you know what I'm saying? Like they're it's going to be their kingdom's going to fall down. But initially we have to be patient right? Because right now they're all on a high, thinking they're high on the hog. They have control because they're getting all these view counts, and Hales is promising them the world. But really, Hales has not really been through a trial, if you think about it.
It's not. It's just a smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Did you guys know, at least I don't know, I know we talked about it earlier. You guys know that police showed up at my house today randomly after I filed my amended complaint against Hales?
Isn't that strange?
And then when we called the police department to ask why they were at our house, they had no records of why. They couldn't tell us why. So I think that was just another scare tactic. He probably, because it was weird. He did it against my husband because the police showed up. We weren't home, but we have, like the cameras outside of our home. So we know when somebody shows up. And the police called my husband's phone, not my phone, but his phone. So we're like, so then we checked the clerk of court to see if my husband or me, need to be served with something. They didn't have papers, so we knew it wasn't service of process. There was no criminal case. So we're like, what the hell is going on? So he clearly probably called to do a wellness check. You know what I'm saying? Like something that was bullshit.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's how far it's going to go.
That's what my husband said to me tonight.
Megan mentioned that on her live show today. Wait. Mention what, Stacey?
Hi, Mo.
I know she talked crap about me.
She mentioned the police were there?
Oh, so they knew. So it was them then.
That's what I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, mentioned what? See, I don't watch her. That the cops were. How does she know that the cops were there?
Well, there you go, because they called him. You get what I'm saying, Lisa? They did that to screw with us today.
Wow.
I told Lisa, I text
No,
you. And
hello.
No, I know, but the fact that Megan knows that
means they're behind it.
Yeah. Wow.
No,
that's bullshit.
Yeah. They had the police come to our house. It had to be called against my husband because they didn't call my phone. They called my husband's phone. And they showed up. They knocked on our door. They stood outside. It scared my kids and stuff. You know what I'm saying? A babysitter was at the house. The babysitter didn't answer the door. We had, cameras outside of our house. We contact the police and we're like, well, why were they at our house? The police were like, we have no record. We don't know. A deputy will call your husband back. A deputy never called him back. We checked all the court dockets to see if anything was filed against my husband. There was nothing filed. So that was just harassment.
Wow. That's they said they knew because Leslie said they came in a video. Did you mention it in the video?
I could have when I was pissed off over my live. Remember I told you I deleted my live because I was really upset. I could have, actually. I probably did.
Then that might be how they know.
Okay, so then it wasn't from her. Because I was going to say, it clearly, like, why would the police come to our friggin' home the same day that we file suit on Jeremy and amend everything?
Right. That still doesn't mean that they didn't do that. It's just that they probably got it from you.
It's ironic timing. I mean, what in the world would the police come to our home for? Right.
That is strange. That's really strange.
Yeah.
So, if they send out a patrol, they don't have to have a record of it. That doesn't make sense.
It just was weird. We called because, we're suing a processor.
They do have to have a record, Kimberly.
Yeah, but
Melissa D, that is a good question. I don't know.
I mean, they should know. Like, the police department should know why they came and knocked on our door. And when we called the police department, they couldn't give us any record of why they came to our home. So,
was it a single police officer or it was more than one?
Two. It started out as one, and then a second one showed up in a car and parked behind. But I mean,
there has to be a record of it in dispatch.
Yeah, well, that's what we asked, and then the police department, the sheriff department said that the police would call my husband's phone to tell him what it was in regards to. We never got a call, and they go, "Oh,
Call
answer,
them back.
if it's what." But
Call them back, he said.
yeah, I'll call back. But no, but I was speaking to a sheriff tonight because I reported them for the online harassment. So I even said when I was on the phone with the detective, I said, yeah, please shut up at my house. Because I was trying to explain these people are harassing me. And they pulled the records and they didn't find anything. So what the hell was that about today?
There has to be something because all the cars have GPS in them, and they are monitored 24.
I'll call back again tomorrow because I don't like the fact police showed up at my house.
Right.
For what?
Listen, Megan said she had no problem calling the sheriff over revenge porn. It's not revenge porn, and the sheriff will tell her that.
Revenge corn crap. It's like this video was made like 3 months before I even entered the picture. I do nothing, and I had no channel, okay? And I did an interview in which I gave the interview to Michael Volpe at the end of the interview, and it was not any sort like, okay, when you want to ask if it's revenge corn, ask yourself, would you pay for it? Okay, I mean, let's talk realistically. It's not revenge corn on the cob, right?
It's cartoon.
Yes.
Well, apparently, I just want to say something, because I just got something. So apparently, there's been a posting that's already on the Facebook thing, and apparently Michelle is a little irritated that her comments had been removed or whatever, and she posted something. And this is my point, guys. This is my point. She posted something on her whatever. I don't even know how long ago this was. 38 minutes ago. And said she was upset about her voice being taken away from her. And her
what they do, use it.
Now listen, they used it against her. Yeah. It's already on the Facebook thing. Okay.
Already.
But this is what she said. Okay. Said her comments are removed. It's ridiculous. It's not for my safety. There's other reasons behind it, and I hope everyone figures it out pretty soon. I will speak, and I'll speak right here on my own page. She can gladly speak on her own page. That's fine. If she doesn't believe that they're going to use it all against her, that's fine. They just did. Okay? Yeah. It wasn't even 38 minutes. They just did. Which is why when she says certain things, and I told her this, don't mention the case. Don't mention Harley. Don't do it in my channel. Go anywhere else. Go to any channel you want. Don't do it in my channel because they're there watching you and they're going to use it against you. For instance, when she said Harley was sick, everybody wanted prayers. Okay, yes, she got prayers. Okay, and of course we're all praying for her. But what they did was they went on Facebook and they attacked her and said, "What the fuck are you doing in an online chat? Take her to the damn hospital," and used it against her. She may not care because but she may not care because that's not really what's going on, and she knows it. But she's got a case out there. She's got more than one case going on. Okay, this incites people to call CPS, and as a matter of fact, they incited people to call CPS in regards to that. So this is why I'm saying. This is why I say, and because of this and this post is the only reason why I'm even saying anything right now. When I tell you guys there's reasons for why I do what I do, and I'm protecting her, she may not see it that way, but I am protecting her.
Jared, 100%.
Okay. I am protected. In my channel, she will be protected. Okay? They've been doing this to her for a long time. Okay? So if I see something, and my mods will tell you, I told them if she mentions the case or mentions Harley, remove it. Okay? They'll tell you that. I did. I told them that. Why? Because it protects Michelle. And it's been worked really good up until tonight when she realized that her comments were being removed. She thinks she's not saying anything, but she is. Okay? If she doesn't say any of those things, she's fine. She gets to talk. Okay? But the thing is that she is hurting herself by doing that. And that's what I'm stopping. And I can only stop that in my chat. But there is no other reason behind any of it. Okay? None. So I hope y'all see that. I don't care what she's trying to make anybody, say. This is not the fact
They
that
will take any word you say, Michelle, and twist it.
Yeah, they're going to twist what I'm saying right now. Jeremy's going to use this. Oh, Lisa had to say this or whatever. I'm sorry, Lisa, because Michelle's not listening or whatever. She's just working, whatever. He's going to twist it and say, this is what I'm telling you right now. Okay. I am protecting her. There's been a lot of people in this chat over the course of a couple months who would tell her, don't say that, Michelle, or don't talk about that, including a donor, okay, who has said that. All right. A big donor. And it's still happening. I get that she don't care. I get that she's been in this 2 years. I get that she wants her voice out there. I get it. And we have tried extremely hard.
You'll get your time.
Right. Okay. Especially when she's at a point. You know what it is? Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's discussing it. And she wants to be heard. Okay. I get that. I get it. But
I
what
get
she
that
doesn't
100%.
using it against her, and I am 100% trying to keep that. I don't know what she thinks there's another reason behind it for. I don't have to talk about Michelle at all. Okay, my channel wasn't built on Michelle. My channel is not about Michelle. My channel is about whatever it is that we choose to discuss here. This is about right now is about the case and everything that's gone on, and we have done
Lisa.
What?
Remember when all those people used to come into my chat and twist everything Michelle said she's getting big cats now. And I would state nothing but the truth. She doesn't have 5 acres. And they would be like, see, Robbie even said she can't. And they're going to twist everything.
Right.
They twisted it in my chat.
Michelle knows this, and that's why she's doing what she's doing. Whatever. That's fine. But in my chat, I will protect her, no matter how mad she wants to get about it or whatever. I have worked PR. We've all seen what they've done. I don't have to be working in PR to see what they've already done with her. Okay, so that's not it. But that's why I've mentioned if I was in fact her PR person, she wouldn't say shit to anybody. Okay, they're gonna say she's the new mom. So, but look, she knows how I feel about it. Everybody involved knows how I feel about it, including John, including Bruce. I am not the only person who have said to her, look, you need to stop. But I understand where she's coming from. She wants her story told. And we're getting the story out in a necessary way. Like, trust me, when she hears people talking about her kids, especially her older daughters or stepchildren, she wants that story told, which is why last night I went over a little bit of it. And as she spoke about it, correcting things, that's fine. We're talking about that subject. That's fine. But she can't just throw things out there that's going to
Vanessa, you rock.
No, I get it, Vanessa. I get it. But when I see a post like that, and I'm thinking, there's nothing behind it besides protecting her. Okay, because I can talk about this case and not even mention her. It's a public record. So I don't have to have that. I understand where she's coming from, but on here, I'm going to avoid them trashing her as much as possible on any other platform, and that's what I've been doing.
Bonnie.
So
Bonnie, sweetheart, listen. All they do is twist shit, and they used to bring her into my chat, twisting shit about her. When I knew nothing about all this.
For me, let them say something about me and what I'm saying, what I'm talking about, because they're not doing it to her. If they're doing it to me, they're not doing it to her. Right now, they're on Leslie. Guaranteed they're going to jump right back on me, especially the fact that I just filed what I filed today. So they're going to jump on me any second. Her words and life has been twisted so long. She's on the fence about everything. That's true. Absolutely true. She is. But, So that's why some of her comments are removed. And she
Terry,
knows it. So her
Terry,
getting mad
she's
about
not ignoring you. If she was, she would have deleted that comment. I love you, Terry.
You hope Michelle is listening. Well, if she's not, I know John will, because he goes to sleep. He doesn't stay up late, and I know he listens in the morning. But he knows this isn't, this isn't a joke. I'm not as blunt as I am, or as telling as I am about things. Trust me, I've told them. I'm not, hiding nothing. I'm not hiding anything at all. So there's no reason for me to block what she said. Why would I block what she's if she's talking about the case? What is she saying that it's not like she's talking or saying anything against what I'm saying. So I mean, why would I block her? What other reason do I have to block her? You would think that because this all started with her, we're defending her, whatever, we'd allow her to say whatever she wants. Just like anybody else. You know what I mean? We're protecting her from the other bullshit. And she's just angry that her voice isn't being heard, and she'll have plenty of time to do so, and all this enunciating me. Well, then listen, I guess she's not blocked.
Terry, you not only have Stacy to deal with, you have Flutter and Hannah. They'll nail you.
It is. It's for her own protection. Here in this channel, it's for her own protection. It's the only place that I can do it. I could, if she got out of hand on Robbie's, I could do it there too. But she doesn't. She doesn't do that on Robbie's chat. So
I won't put up with it.
Yeah, and not only that, Robbie doesn't really talk about the cases and things that are going on. So there's no reason for her to discuss that. But here, we do discuss the case. We do discuss what's going on. There is the main focal point because it all started with her. He's attacking everybody now, but this all started with what he's done to them, and it's still the same focus. It's still, but there's other people involved now,
Serving a lot of Kool-Aid now.
Yeah, and, you guys will see real soon, and you'll see who's left standing. And it's those people that are going to have to defend, and that's what this is going to end up becoming all about. It ends up becoming all about the right to free speech. And
can I say something, Lisa?
Yeah.
When I reported everything, you know what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
that was happening to me, and it's very damaging. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, Silver.
And the police are like, it's free speech, but it's like in law school, I'll be honest, in law school, free speech is stifled and it's stopped when it turns to hate. That's
the whole thing.
That's the difference between free speech and...
So you had a cop that showed up today, right? And or you're talking to them and they said something about free speech, right? This is the first incident in regards to this that transpired, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I can tell you through the experience with the neighbors over here, they do have a right. Everybody has a right to free speech. Somebody can stand in the road right in front of your house and yell at you all they want. Okay. It's how many times they do it, how often they do it, because there's one thing where it comes to free speech and there's another thing where it comes to harassment.
Harassment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the police told me my best resolve was to sue them. That's what they said. It was the civil suit is what they said.
Right.
So.
Right. And you can prove harassment, but it's not going to be on the first incident the cops show up.
John Capps, love you, bro.
You know what I mean? And that's why I was saying when it comes to like Levy County Sheriff, they have an incident here, an incident there, an incident here. You know what I mean? They see it as separate, spread out things that are sometimes, months at a time. Strictly, thank you so much.
Strictly, you got to yell from the peacocks there.
There's months, in between sometimes. So they're looking at, different instances. It's not like, to them, it doesn't appear to be continual, constant. And what I was able to prove is that it is constant. Yeah. Trust me, eyes were spread wide open when I showed what I showed. They're like, holy, I'm like, yeah, this is what's been going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, so that is way more than harassment, what I was able to prove.
No.
But
Yeah.
you have to show it like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
And that's what I'm saying.
That's where I was a little upset, because I was like, we all need to come together,
I
because
stand fine.
to stand isolated, you know, it's like I'm in Orange County, there's Levy County cases, and then of course the Northern. That's why I filed in Levy County. Michael filed notice of related case from Orange County. I think these judges need to see the big picture. They need to see it's not just it's cumulatively what he's doing to everybody.
Well,
Because
everything
it's
that's
all
going
done for content.
Yeah, of course.
Everything that's been done involving you for the past 2 weeks is all added to the evidence here too. So you will have access, and these cases should be over by the time yours goes through.
Yeah.
So you'll have access to all of it too.
Well, their biggest thing now is they think that I wanted to become famous. I just want you guys to know their narrative. That I wanted to become famous.
Then why'd you delete your page?
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, I had over 500 followers. You remember, Lisa? Remember when I deleted? I was like, I'm done. I can't deal with this. Okay.
You just removed it. You didn't care about the followers.
I didn't give a shit.
Not that you didn't care about them themselves. You didn't care about how many subscribers you had or whatever. You just
I deleted everything when I had more followers then than I
had
now.
Terry, I see that. Yeah.
You know, but
Terry says my credit card company does things to protect me from myself. I don't like it sometimes, but in the long run, I appreciate it. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Different analogy, but that's exactly what's going on.
No, but they want to say that I wanted to become famous. Okay, first of all, famous? Are you kidding? First of all, this isn't fame. Okay, this is harassment. Secondly, it's like the only reason I came back out was to get my voice out there because they were attacking me so bad. But they're like, oh, and then they were the Chiz Wiznut was saying, oh, we even
exactly,
care.
Ed.
Yeah, I'm like, well, if you didn't care, why are you posting about me, jerk off? You know what I mean?
Exactly, because you're content now. Now you are content. They've turned
you into content.
Yeah, but that's never. You know, Lisa, you remember.
Yeah, no, I know. They spin everything. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. For instance, right now, I got something. This Gina Fitzgerald, loves to post. She's one of the main posters over there on the fake pages and stuff in these groups. She says, ready for this? Flea just admitted to stalking JH. Flea knows what JH can see and hear from his property. All about his cameras and the security of himself, George, and his people. Stalking much? Flea has stopped posting LP's cameras of JH driving down the street he lives on. Why did Flea stop posting LP cameras? LOL. Well, Gina Fitzgerald, let me correct you. I was standing on Michelle's property. I'm on Michelle's property when I was overheard on those cameras for Jeremy to hear. I was standing on Jeremy's property. I'm sorry, not Jeremy's property. I was standing on Michelle's property when images was being taken of me, Tori, and everybody else that was there from his cameras across the street. Flea has stopped posting LP cameras of JH driving down the street. You want to know why? Because JH hasn't been driving down the street because his ass was in Ohio. Okay, he's been driving down the street in George's vehicle. Okay, recently. Did I post that? No, because you don't see him stalking with a camera because in George's vehicle, he cannot see over the fence. He cannot see over the fence. So why did Flea stop posting LP cameras? There's nothing to show you because he's not there. And he's not being slowing down with a camera outside the car. Okay? And he was trying to hide the fact that he was there because his truck isn't there. So, you know what? Figure your own shit out. Stop posting lies. You look like an idiot right now. Everybody knows he's been in Ohio. Are we correct on that? He films from Ohio. So obviously he's not driving past Michelle's house. So would there be anything to show if he's not driving past her house? No. There's nothing to show. I'm standing on Michelle's property and I'm being recorded. How am I stalking him? I'm standing on Michelle's property and photographs are being taken of me, footage is being taken of me. How am I stalking him? Yeah. Gina, you're an idiot. Monica. She wants attention. That's why she's posting these stupid things on Facebook. Well, she just got her attention.
Well, anyway, girl, I got to go to bed soon. Miss Lisa Lee and Robbie.
Mhm.
So I have to do a whole Zoom conference with a client tomorrow all day. I'm not looking forward to
Leslie,
it.
go to bed.
All right, guys. I love you.
Oh, you gotta hear this crap. Okay. Good night,
Okay,
Leslie. Thank you
Monica.
so much.
Good night, guys. Love you guys.
Good night, honey.
Good night.
Love you.
Okay. Bye,
Bye.
guys.
So listen to this. This is what people are saying on Michelle's comment, on her page. Now that they have attention on them, they no longer need you and have left you to face this alone with no legal help or support. That's a shame, since your story is the one that raised their subscription to begin with. Shame. This is what people are now telling Michelle.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see. Stand up for yourself. You have every right to talk, which she does. Okay? This has turned into their fight, not your fight. They have forgotten that it is you who need help. They have forgotten you, and now it's all about them and only them. Is that right? Because I believe it was our channel like a week or so ago that raised $6,000 for her lawyer.
That was for her lawyer.
For her lawyer.
Her fight.
Her fight. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. Like, if it's attention she's seeking, she's going to get it. Okay. But we have done everything in our power to help Michelle. Okay. When it comes to lawyers, when it comes to privacy, when it comes to her daughter, we have done everything. Okay. This case has taken on a toll of its own, adding all these other people. Okay, including myself. All right. So if I don't know, people want me to just talk about Michelle all day long. That there's nothing going on. We're telling you everything that's going on. If Michelle wants to create her own YouTube channel, which she's talked about doing, she can do that. But here, I'm going to protect her. I have no reason to not let her speak if I didn't give a shit about the shit she's saying. You know what I'm saying? This is not this right now. It is our fight. You know why it's my fight? Who is that chick? What's that chick's name? Hold on. What's that chick's name? We have fought for her this whole time, and for anybody to doubt that, that's kind of crazy.
Black Widow, what's happening?
Kathy Apple. They've forgotten that it is her that needs help. Maybe they've forgotten that we've been helping all along. Maybe you've forgotten, Kathy. They think it's their fight, not her fight. Well, if it was...
Kathy, drink some more Kool-Aid.
Yeah. If it was just her fight, don't you think I would be asking for a pool to help me get an attorney? No. I put a pool up for Michelle to get an attorney, not me. And trust me, I can use all the help I can get. Strictly. Thank you so much. But yeah, I put a pool up for Michelle, not myself, for Michelle. And I'm the one being sued for more money than her. And supposedly this is all my conspiracy. Strictly. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, Strictly. Strictly, you're going to have me go horse.
Thank you so much.
Listen, Strictly, I went and had Brazilian steakhouse, so my belly is about to burst. Gary Ann.
Thank you, Gary. Strictly. Wait, I hope she's, they're not messing with her account or whatever. I hope she's actually doing that. I don't want her to have problems with her account. Yeah, she was doing it. Thank you so much. She wanted to hit that goal. Thank you. We definitely have a gift to give away tonight. As a matter of fact, let's set that up right now. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Kim, thank you so much. What should the hashtag be, Robbie? Think of a good one.
Protect Michelle.
Whoops. Can't put a space in there. All right. Let's see. I gotta show that, add to screen. There you go. So basically, her post is trying to get negative comments directed towards us, okay? Because she's making it seem like there's something against her. Look, I'm not gonna fall for it. Nope, I'm not gonna. I've already talked to her.
Don't.
No, I've already discussed this with Michelle. She knows exactly how I feel about it. Whether she agrees or not, that's fine. But this is my channel, and I will protect her. And but she just made it worse for herself by posting that because they're all over it now. So
yeah. And Michelle, this just shows you what they do.
She proved my point. So, and if she doesn't care, that's fine. But guess what? Then that means I care more than she does. I don't know what else to say about that.
100%. You're right.
But the reality is, I went and I promoted the pool to help her get an attorney before getting one for myself. Okay.
Right.
And I could have done that because trust me, guys,
trust me, Lisa, listen, Lisa spoke to my attorney.
Yes, I did.
And instead of raising the money for herself, she raised it for Michelle first. So, point one and match.
Yeah.
So
that's all along. I'm not going to. If they want to fight with me, they want to fight. Here's the thing. They're talking about money. They're talking about all this shit. Like Jeremy the other night was, where's the $56K? For the barn. First of all, it wasn't $56K for the barn. I don't know how many I could tell you that. Dumbass. Then he goes, and what about the play area for the child? What about a play area for? Did I ever say I was going to do a play area for a child? No one sent money in for a play area for a child. So where'd that even come from? Then he mentioned the memorial. And I'm thinking you got a lot of balls there, buddy, to even discuss.
A lot of balls.
And then that's when he came out with Tori.
Wait a minute. Tori? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it?
1:18.
Can we do a moment of silence, please, for Frankie?
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Can I get some prayers for Mimi's brother, Frankie?
For Mimi and her family. Mm-hmm.
It was today that he actually passed away.
Yes.
And the memorial is coming.
Yeah.
The accident happened on Monday, but he passed away on Tuesday. So
we wanted to have the celebration of life today, but the bench is not in. So.
And it is coming.
At a different time. Yes, of course it is.
So, you guys, can we get a moment of silence, please? Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Listen, the Osteen family is incredible people. Incredible people. And Mimi, her mom, her dad are incredible, incredible people. And I thank God for showing me who they are, because I truly, truly love that family. And even Chris is part of that family, and he's a great, great person.
Oh, that's because I removed it. You didn't see it at all?
No, it never came up.
It never came up. It's right there. It's there now. Sorry, guys. Good night, Vanessa. Thank
Vanessa,
you.
good night. God bless, honey.
There you go, guys. Sorry about that. It's weird. Normally, when you go to share something, it automatically pops up. Now they have it where you have to, like, it'll pop up in the window, but you still have to click on it to add to the screen. And it didn't do that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Why does it say 0 entries?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Why is it doing that? Hold on. It'll calculate. Let me see. Why is it doing that?
I don't know.
Do it again. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. There it goes. And it calculated. Hold on.
I said that was Frankie, Mimi's brother.
Is it showing it now?
Hold on.
Looks like it is.
Yeah, now it is.
Okay.
It should be.
Yeah, Todd, I'm gonna look into different things that we could do, because there are different things. But I didn't yet. I had a very busy day today. A busy day in the morning and sleep in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out by 3. I was up from yesterday at what, like 7 o'clock or something, till I was up till 3 o'clock this afternoon. So yeah. Alrighty, Monica, we got that. If she wins, it goes to Mimi and her family. Okay. I just saw the message Leslie put there. You know what? I don't mind when topics come up. You know what I mean? Because it shows who
It's true. It's who you are.
Yeah. You know? So it doesn't bother me. But I'm not going to take people being rude. You know?
Right. Or being two-faced, or
ungrateful, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? So, you spelled it wrong? Oh, I thought you told me I spelled. I'm like, I'm not again, damn typos.
A little bit did.
You should make a channel of Rain and Thunder and let it be live all night. Or a channel I go for sleepy and there's it. Oh, really? Yeah, I could do that.
I should have done that the other night. We had that lightning storm the other night. I put like a 3-minute video of it. It lasted an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was just yeah, that's what I recorded, and I put up a short on it. It was just constant lightning, nonstop.
It calmed down. It wasn't. I don't know if it was raining today. Rain today?
No.
Todd. I should just go and film about.
The other night when I posted it, it lasted an hour and a half to 2 hours, just constant lightning. You guys saw the short I did. It was like that for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
We don't normally get that much rain, like a continuance where I can do like a 24/7 channel. You know?
It was weird, guys. Terry and Silverheart, it was so strange because it was continuous lightning.
Yeah, I wouldn't stop. The night before that, though, it was like 3 o'clock in the
That's
morning. I'm awake here. Who was I talking to? I
oh,
was
that's
talking. I
when it
was alive,
unleashed. Yeah,
but it lit up the whole garage, and the garage was closed. So it's just a little window that came through the whole garage lit up, and then there was 2 seconds later, it was a humongous boom. Power didn't go out, but the cable did.
yeah. We kept getting booms in intermediate there, but the lightning was just. It was
Oh
a
yeah, we
continuous
normally have heat
light.
lightning. Yeah, we normally have heat lightning all the time.
Yeah, it wasn't heat lightning
No,
because
this
there was
was white
rain with
lightning.
it.
Yeah, this is white lightning. White lightning.
The heat lightning lights up the sky and you can't hear any thunder. This you heard plenty of thunder with.
Mm.
Same here, Todd. I love the thunderstorms.
We're gonna have to do. Apparently, according to Kendra and her research, there is going to be. It's supposed to be 60% higher than expected hurricane season
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
coming from the Atlantic.
I do not want to see that.
Yeah. So I'm just like, wow.
Jennifer on our channel under shorts. Go to our channel and then how you get to choose
17
lives
days.
or
Wow.
post or go to shorts.
How many we got? We got 50. Where is everybody? Put the protect. Oh, that's because it wasn't up. Get your hashtags in, guys. Robbie, you need to build a boat.
I know, right?
Oh my God. Can you imagine your whole area flooding? You'd have gators everywhere.
Thank God we're on high ground.
Kimberly
I've
needs to get
never
a butt
seen
over here if there's
like
another
that.
hurricane.
I hate hurricanes and I'm up all night. They always seem to hit at night.
Yeah. Or in the afternoon. Actually, it seems to be we're getting a lot of like the April shower things now. You know how it would rain every day? And usually it starts in
Yeah.
April. We're getting it now where it's raining every afternoon.
It
But some
never
of
starts in April.
Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, read hashtag. You have to get hashtag, dude. Wow,
We're
what a
only at
weird.
55.
Yeah, we're only at 55, but then again, it wasn't showing the whole time, so
It's been a weird day.
yeah. It has been. Let me see. Trying to look and see.
Hillbilly life.
I wanted to bring Bruce and Toma on here tonight. Gosh. I woke up so late and I just like I had to rush and get my filings out. And I didn't even send you a link until I did.
That'd be wrong links.
And then it was the wrong links. Good gosh, can you imagine if I sent that out to everybody else? But I wanted Toma to come on too because Jeremy is really, really messing with them. We'll see if we can get Toma on tomorrow night so she can explain what's going on with the thumbnail likeness thing that Jeremy's pulling right now. Just have to email, you'll get a good laugh. Let's see, where am I at? Let me see.
We're at 62.
Where is Bud Light?
I don't know. I saw Bud Light went earlier. I think on when we released the Gator. So that was what, Sunday? I think he's been working.
He was here earlier in the day when we were live this afternoon. Let's see.
Yeah, where's Noel? Bud Light's on Kendra's OF page. That explains it.
Melissa, what email? Where is it for? I'm trying to see what name it's under. Sometimes people ask me if I got their email, and their email's under like a totally different name that I have no idea. Or if I did, I sometimes like I might forget that it's the same name. You know what I mean?
Right.
There it is. Now I see it. I see. That would be funny. It's just a thought. Anyway, no, actually, Robbie, have you heard anything about Suzanne? How she's doing?
She just wrote me today earlier. She just said thank you for the prayers.
Aw. I hope she's okay. I emailed you last night. I forgot to tell you who I was on there. Duh. No, I think I know your email, Nova. I figured it out.
I think I figured out what it was.
I have one here. Somebody's asking me if they're blocked. I don't know. I'd have to check and see.
She's having an infusion at 2 p.m. Okay.
Oh, 2 p.m. today?
Yeah, prayers up.
Prayers up for Suzanne. Is me working today? Tuesday?
Yeah. Yep.
Lisa, has Bruce met the goal to pay the retainer for the Ohio lawyer? No. Let's. Is it showing? Is anybody seeing Stream Elements popping up? Making sure it works.
Yeah,
working.
It was up there earlier.
Okay. No, he has not met the goal. The goal is $6,000 for the retainer for the Ohio lawyer, and we're at $311.
Strictly, it pops up every once in a while.
No, I got it right here. I just looked at it. I got it right here. It's easy to have it on Stream Elements because I never seem to have the links on my laptop. The place where all my links really are is on my iPad. But here is the link. Well, that's where all the emojis can fit in. I can make it look fun and cool. But on the laptop, it's just links. What?
All right, let's get these up. We're only at 65 entries. What's up with that? Nobody likes free stuff? Holy smokes.
It says lawsuit pool. It's lawyer pool. It's not lawsuit pool. It's lawyer pool. Sorry, I've lost it on the brain. I typed it like 100 times today. Did you hear my opposition that I read earlier, Robbie?
Yes.
Crazy.
Ugh.
I just put some things in there that I thought the court needs to take note of, you know? Because that's definitely not my answer.
If they ever serve me, where do they see ripses?
Oh, it's going to be real interesting to see what's going on. I wanted to make a point, but that the 90 days was, it has expired. And
the great thing about it is Rips has got a couple friends that are lawyers.
You guys can all file a motion to dismiss. Huh?
Rips has got a couple friends in Florida that are lawyers, so
yeah.
That's what happens when you're a New York State prosecutor and then you become a lawyer.
I actually slept for a while. I'll be up. I messed up again because I stayed up till 3, and then I slept till like.
Ask Guapo, Kristen.
What time are you drawing, Lisa? As the shops are opening soon. We're gonna let more people get in there because I didn't have the screen up. So we're gonna give people a little more time. Chill out, Terry. You annoy me every night about this. We have to piss off J Hip. So
back to country. What was your question?
I got that email. Oh, yes. Didn't I responded to you, Nova. Back to country was asked if her giveaway was the giveaways that were going out for June, which was supposed to go out the first week, are going to be going out this week.
Okay, back to country.
She's on that list. So, are you going to stream Birds if it comes on today? I can. We could stream the Birds, but Bruce is not going. What? No, of the last conversation with him, it's most likely he's not going to be there tomorrow. So we won't have a man on the street there during the verdict. But it was really cool of him to go there today and actually get to speak with a bunch of people. Oh, okay. No, but yes, there's going to be a Spaceballs too. Gabe was talking about that the other day. Samfire, you need to take the Y off there.
Okay, Moya Magic. Love you.
I'm on your list, Todd.
Bruce is a man of his word.
Yeah,
he promised he would do it, and he did it.
Yeah, he said that if they raised $6,000 for the Florida lawyer, he would go to the Karen Reed trial and go interview some people, and he did. So, but I'm not sure if he wasn't sure he'd be able to go tomorrow.
Stacy Wright? I thought it was done very well.
I did too.
For being a number 2, it was done very well.
I thought so. Beetlejuice.
Oh, God. I can't. I'm not in a food coma.
Guys, hit that thumbs up. Lisa's email, what is it? 2leespod@gmail.com. And I don't have my banner scrolling either. I was a mess tonight. So much happened today. There you go. Yeah, I just passed out. But it's going to mess me up.
Let's get some more in there, guys. Come on. I need to go to bed. I am food coma. You guys don't understand. Oh, God. So it is Di's birthday tomorrow. So my wife came up with this great idea. Let's go to the Brazilian steakhouse. And she knows better than to say that. Because she knows I will starve myself all day just to go there. And I did. And you've got me and Zoli there. I feel bad for that restaurant.
Hi, John. Harper, it's here. It's going on with the next one. It was in a different folder. Some of them were in different folders, and I didn't see them. Wondering where they were, but found them. If you could see my folder, you'd understand why. What?
I ate so much steak and lamb.
Really?
Oh my God.
Do you have lamb chops?
I had lamb chops. I had lamb, the big rack of lambs.
Mm-hmm.
The guys that come around and cut the meat off the skewers.
Right.
The guy who was bringing the lamb would come straight to our table because he was like, oh God, he wants it. And my puck, I might as well have kept it on the green side.
It was like a buffet or something. Where were you?
No,
is it
Brazilian
like
it's a Brazilian steakhouse. They walk around with the steak and chicken and lamb on skewers, and they cut it for you onto your plate. You have a puck. You turn it to red or turn it to green. And green means yes, and red means no. And I literally ate probably about 10 pounds of steak and about 20 pounds of lamb.
Wow.
I'm oh my God. You don't get to take any leftovers home. So you don't get to take to go.
You just got it. So it's like your eyes are bigger than your stomach when you go to places like that.
No, I ate everything.
All the time.
I ate everything. I forced it down. I ate so much I had to have. I ate so much I had to have 2 espressos after dinner.
Oh my God.
I'm like, do you guys serve espresso? And they're like, yes, we do. I said, bring me 2.
So did you go run around the property for a little bit?
When we got home, I did all going up here and I walked everywhere.
Ooh, I DoorDashed the web salad and steak tonight, but only my salad soda.
A normal
that's gotta suck. Did you hear? Strictly says she DoorDashed salad and steak tonight, and only the salad showed up. Gabe would have been livid.
That's a
web salad.
I'm 100% carnivore. Listen, I get my veggies from the meat that I eat. It eats veggies. So I'm getting my veggies that way.
Hi, Big C. We got 71 entries, guys. Get your entries in. Hurry.
Yeah,
Gabe ordered.
Trust me, I killed that.
We've ordered from Outback twice now, and both times they screwed his orders up. And it's always Gabe. It's never my orders that they screw up. It's always Gabe.
I would have a heart attack.
Yeah, they forgot to give him veggies last time, and the time before that, I think they forgot to give him the baked potato.
I did see. Oh.
And DoorDash wanted to reimburse her $13 for a $33 steak.
$33 steak. Oh God, Bruce, what's happening, brother?
Yes, Bruce, what's up? Bruce, we got to get you and Toma to come on tomorrow and talk about the thumbnail issue and how you felt about being in at the courthouse today. Bruce is really good.
I don't like Outback.
Kenja was a Chiefs fan. I'm not sure if she is anymore, but I know she likes to follow the
49ers.
drama. Yeah.
She's a 49ers fan.
May I send you something in care, Michelle? Sure. I can get it to her.
I know, Todd.
Yeah, I know Bruce did really well.
Tomorrow night, brother.
And
If
I'm glad
Florida
Kendra
wins,
popped
it's over.
What are we talking about? If the Gators win, what?
Hockey. If the hockey.
Hockey.
If the Panthers.
Lightning?
If the Panthers win. Lightning. They're yesterday.
I haven't followed. Well, I've been to a Lightning game. That's why I say Lightning, but I haven't followed hockey, and I don't even know how long. I was at a Lightning game.
Not won.
When I first came down here.
A Canadian team has not won in 12 years or something?
Yeah, I agree with that, Christine. It wouldn't be the
Go
Dashes'
Panthers.
fault. But the place they ordered from should be giving Strictly her money back. Because they're the ones that know they're cooking the order. I mean, they're supposed to be giving the Dashes
18 years. 18 years since the Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup.
Lifelong season ticket holder 49 and grandparents. Wow. Nice.
So back when Guy Lafleur was playing with the Montreal Canadiens.
I do. I've said that all along.
Dude, he does not look like a vampire. He looks like what's the from Eddie Munster. Hey Bruce, I know Eddie Munster's daughter. She actually did a video on my channel with me.
Anyways, to the Florida game yesterday with the former Bruins player scoring goals looked right in center. No, I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Strictly. But Butch Patrick. Yes. Butch Patrick was Eddie Munster.
Hey, did a rocket go up tonight? I just saw a rocket.
We're all of us tonight of like, hey, what's going on in the world? Like we're so out of the loop.
I just saw a rocket go up.
Just not. You probably I think you ate too much cake.
Dude, I swear I just saw a rocket go up.
I'm joking. I don't know.
Somebody check. Did a rocket just go up?
His voice went so high pitched there.
I went over to the yard and take a pee, and I just saw a rocket. It was a rocket.
It's the aliens, Robbie.
Damn it, I missed it.
Reverse UFO?
No, that was a rocket.
It's a UFO. There was a rocket going up like 2 hours ago in California. SpaceX launched.
It just went up, Sylvia, here. SpaceX launched here.
A rocket, we got pictures. Do you just leave the inside of the house to go outside for a pit?
No, I'm outside. Although I do that. And my wife yells at me all the time. We've got a bathroom inside, you know. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
You guys are so funny. There's one thing that you guys do. I see a lot of you guys doing it. And never mind. I'm not even going to say it because it's just gross. I think it's gross.
I go outside and pee all the time.
Yeah, you guys are fortunate that way. We can't just go and do that. I mean, we can, but not if, we really, no. I thought you just said that. I thought you just said I got up and went outside for a piss.
No, I'm sitting on the couch outside.
Yeah, he's already outside.
And I just got up and went over to the side of the yard there and peed.
California shot off a rocket.
I swear Florida did too. It was not water running. It was just me peeing.
Let's check the pool total. Let's see what it is. It was 311. What is it now? No freaking way. Oh my God. Okay, so the pool was at $311 when somebody asked for the link and I posted the link. It is now at $1,311. So another $1,000 was just raised for
And
Michelle's
that person
lawyer.
rocks, and they know who they are.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Thank you. That's awesome.
Yes, a rocket just went up in Florida. I knew that was a rocket because there was a glowing red orange light going up towards the heavens.
A very generous donation from someone who has made generous donations before. Absolutely. Definitely generous donations, no doubt.
And they are an incredible person, and they know who they are, and I know who they are. And you rock.
Yep. More than rock. Oh my goodness. Probably we don't want to know about what you call it.
Back to country, I swear it was. There was an orange light going to the heavens while I was peeing.
Oh
and
my
no, there
gosh.
was no burning sensation, so I'm safe.
Was what's we call it? Was what's the space there? DUI guy there today, Bruce? Did you end up running into him? That launch was yesterday morning. I just looked it up.
No, it just happened. I'm telling you, there was a orange light going to the heavens.
Ha ha ha, buddy, Eddie Munster. That's funny. Robbie, you're seeing things, Kim said.
No, I'm not. I promise you, Kim.
Is there medication for that? Lori said.
Please don't tell me that. It was going up.
Talked about yesterday with Jeremy. Wait, was that your cousin he was talking about? Or you said thanks, Tori, or something? What do you mean, Big C? Uh-oh. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
I can hear you.
My shocks just said something to me. I don't know what it said. It was very low.
It's
like,
getting, your battery's going dead.
How long do I have then?
Probably about 3-4 minutes.
Okay. I might end up echoing then. All right, we're at 77. Guys, get your hashtags in. I'm going to have to draw this pass. Why is this still showing the Foreman thing? I took it off. No. There we go. That's why. Jared said failed launch.
Something just went up, I promise you. And that's from Cape Canaveral, where I just saw it.
There is a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch scheduled for today, June 17th, from Cape Canaveral, Florida, carrying Starlink satellites.
I'm telling you right now, something just went up. I saw it clear as day. And it was an orange flame going up towards the heavens.
I don't know, Big C. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You were saying something about yesterday. You mentioned somebody's name, like thanks something for information or something. Oh, he was thanking Tori for, forwarding over information to him. Yeah, but it's not true. He's lying. He outright lied. And today I saw the same video again because I made a short of it. And I watched George's face. You could tell George knew he was lying. So now I know what she looks like when she's clearly watching him lie to his audience. Jerem blew his top. You're going to see Jerem really blow his top.
That's it. Now I got to go have a drink.
You're about to see him really blow his top. See, we're doing a pool here. It's not for me. If you guys remember what I was saying earlier, it's not for me. So, people need to think about what they say. So it is the 17th. So would have gone out. I'm sorry. Will it have gone off this early?
Something just went. I'm telling you, I saw it plain as day.
It's getting closer, Sylvia. That's all I can say is it's getting closer.
That was Germ making content.
So now that I know Bruce,
why would I bring it up and even ask you if I didn't see it?
You cray, Robbie.
No, if it was a plane or something like that, I would have looked it up and seen what plane was going over.
All right.
It might have been no, it had to be a rocket. I wouldn't see a missile from this far. And it definitely was at Cape Canaveral because those are the two trees I see it between. No, it's not lightning. Terry, shut up.
All right, Bruce, you got a message. Please
yes, I have seen the Blue
Angels. Can you put a blacker outline behind your names to make the chat easy to read?
Do you guys remember when? You guys remember when 9/11 happened? It was Air Force One flew over with 4 fighter jets around it. Right, because I'm right by the coast here, and they flew right by here. And we saw it on 9/11. My wife and I saw it. MacDill Air Force Base is right down. Kimberly, I'm telling you, believe it or not, I don't care. I saw a rocket.
Oh, a blacker outline behind your names? I can't do that. Oh.
I remember when we first moved up here, and
all right, it might echo. You guys are now on the laptop.
We were outside on the patio, and I saw a Russian MiG fly over our house, and it was so low you could see the sickle on the tail, and then 3 of our planes chasing it. And I went running in the house, and I was like, oh my God, Red Dawn is happening. And my wife was like, what the hell was that? And I was like, it was a Russian MiG with 3 of our planes chasing it. And she called the sheriff's department, and they said that MacDill was having Top Gun competitions on the coast. And they flew right over our property, and you could see the sickle on the MiG's tail. And that was like probably 23 years ago, 24 years ago. And it was when MacDill was having Top Gun competitions at MacDill Air Force Base.
Robbie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure because my shocks died. Yes, I see the article. Guys, I just want to make sure you guys know to definitely go and check us out on Rumble and go follow us over there. Just in case you never know with everything these people are doing over here. Go and check us out over there because if for some reason we cannot upload or go live on YouTube, we will go live over there. I'm just letting you know that. That way you'll be informed.
Preston, I heard something about that, but I didn't hear how big it was.
Oh, we got Mo Magic now. Mo Magic, Mo Magic, Mo Magic, Magic. Oh, let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh, let me see. Where is it?
Whatever, Kimberly.
Where did it go? Oh, 6-9. That's it.
No,
Okay.
It was not a meteorite, Doreen. It was going up.
I'm telling you, Squatchy, you cannot tell Robbie that we are potheads.
What was that?
Hold on. Let me upload it. Oh my goodness. Let me upload it. Hold on.
Oh,
This is great. Oh man. So I gotta delete something. I hate that it does this to me.
oh my God. All right. Hurry up and do it and draw because my headphones just beeped.
Really? All right, hold on. All right, I won't upload it here. I'll just show it. I gotta put it here. 1 sec. That is so funny. Where'd it go?
Okay, Kimberly. Keep telling yourself that.
It's she messing with you? All right, let me show this.
I know what I saw, and I saw what I know.
All right, let's see. Is it showing it yet? There we go. Are you ready?
Do it.
I'm telling you, Squatchy, you cannot tell Robbie that we are potheads. Never. You got that, Squatchy. Don't be an ass, Squatch. I'm telling you, Squatchy, you cannot tell Robbie that we are potheads. Never. You got that, Squatchy. Don't be an ass, Squatch.
Oh my God, that is funny.
That is great.
Squatchy doesn't smoke. Squatchy eats it.
One more time.
I'm telling you, Squatchy, you cannot tell Robbie that we are potheads. Never. You got that, Squatchy. Don't be an ass, Squatch.
Squatchy's not a pothead. Stop it. That's not funny. Squatchy doesn't smoke.
Goodness. That's so funny. All right. How many we got? Let's see. We're at 78. Get those hashtags. Last chance. Mo, that was awesome. Oh my gosh. I love her videos, man. Um,
I'm telling you, it was going towards the heavens.
whoops. Let's see. Get it in there. Get it in there. Protect Michelle. We got 78. Gonna draw right about now. Very quickly here. Hurry up. Last chance. Last chance.
You better hurry. My headphones are dying. They already beeped.
All right. All right. We got 79. Eating and smoking. People chow.
Yeah.
You should see my time fishing live. Wow. Going on Rumble is against my principles. Sorry about that. I don't know. Well,
Hurry up.
that's where we'll be. Or Twitch. You can go on Twitch.
Lisa, you better hurry.
All right. 79.
No,
79.
I have not, Todd.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Going once. Going twice. All right. Here we go. Oh, did Lindsay get in there? She must already be in there. All right. Here we go, guys. We're drawing. Boom. Oh, my goodness. Anita, Marla, Terry Beth, Bonnie, Gator, Misty, Leslie, Bearded Fisherman, Pat, Gary, Bearded, Josie, Kalyani, 2000. Awesome.
Whoop, whoop.
Congratulations.
Go.
Whoop, whoop. Congrats. I can actually, I have stuff here for your mom. And
Beverly Ray's from Humboldt County.
or I can just send it to you, hon. That's up to you.
I've been there many times.
The man that was so close, Lisa, so close. Nice. What did I just do with it? I had to. I got to make a song. I do that Mo Magic
Awesome,
thing
Beardy.
to the beat of a friend of mine's song that he did, and it was called Boom Bangin'. Boom bangin', yeah, yeah, boom bangin', bangin'. And so that's where I get the Mo Magic thing from. Let's see. Do you want me to send it with hers? Okay, well, it's here waiting. It's been waiting for like the longest time. I can easily mail it to you, but she was going to come pick it up whenever she felt ready. So, I mean, I can keep it with hers or send it to you. That's up to you. Kalani? I always hope I say that right. If you wanted me to send it to you, you could just shout me a message with your shipping address. Otherwise, it'll be with your mom's stuff. Lost Coast on the way up. Cool. Keep it with hers. Okay, sounds good. Congratulations. The son, ever since he was little, had been into rocks just like his grandpa and great grandma. Cool. Very cool. All right, so we did that. Very cool. So what's on the agenda for tomorrow, Robbie?
I don't know. I got work to do. I got work on the farm.
I got to straighten some stuffs out. That's for sure. All the legal stuff is happening. It's already done. I filed what I needed to file. Next week I'll file even more. Yay! Which would be interesting. But yeah. So I think we're gonna get a verdict. So nothing happened today at all, right? Because I didn't get a chance to look at nothing. They didn't say a verdict was in and waiting until tomorrow. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing, right?
Right.
Are we correct on that?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Lisa will be asleep. Kim, you have no idea. I'm so messed up. I slept today from 3 till almost 9 o'clock. 6 hours. And nothing woke me up. Nothing. My phone rang quite a few times. Nothing. Didn't hear it. Nothing. I want to do like an ASMR thing. I have a lot of videos of Gabe I can put up as like ASMR. Just put music to it and you can just watch him work. You know, cutting trees and stuff down. We were going to try that once and see if people liked it. Because I know people like to watch some of that stuff. You know?
Yeah, ASMRs are cool.
A third shift schedule, just like myself. It's exactly myself. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's weird. I need to just go to sleep at like 3 or 4 and I could be up by noon. That's my normal thing. You know, I'm never a 9 a.m. first thing in the morning person. Not me. I wake up around noon. Noon, the latest one. And then my whole day goes from there. Yeah, because I've always worked at night. You know, everything I did was always at night. So, and I had time during the day to get the things that, you know, I need to get done by 5 o'clock before everything closed and stuff like that. But a lot of times also I worked with the West Coast and sometimes even overseas. So it was all different. Even when, you know, one thing people don't know is I traded Forex. So my hours have always been messed up. Some of those things don't even start to 4 o'clock in the morning, especially in the UK. So it's pretty interesting. I have all kinds of hours. She's definitely innocent in my opinion. All the polls that I saw, like while I was watching it, while Bruce was there, I was looking at, you know, like Lauren Crime Network and Court TV, and they did polls there, and the percentage of people thinking she's innocent was high. It was super high. It was like 80-something%. You know. Okay, I'm out of here. I got a lot of things going on tomorrow. So, alrighty, good night, Melissa. Have a good night. I have to drive all day tomorrow, so I'm heading to bed. Good night, Bonita. Yeah, my hours are just real messed up, guys.
I will say goodnight and God bless and prayers to everybody because I'm going to lose you guys any second. I know it.
All right, I guess I'll say goodnight too. Everybody else say goodnight as well. I'll be back on tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, guys, for our Tidbit Tuesdays.
Lisa, just call me tomorrow.
All right, I will.
Good night, everybody. God bless. Prayers.
Yeah, I got some things to do. Maybe there'll be a verdict. But so that means if there's a verdict, we'll be on sooner than that, you know? Because I think we might go live when we know that there's a verdict. And we'll watch it. Lisa, try to get tomorrow. I'm going to. We were going to bring her on tonight. I'm not really, things got off to a late start, but that's probably why. But I mentioned that to Bruce earlier and he said okay. So looks like it's ball o'clock. That ball o'clock or bail o'clock? Oh, bail o'clock. 9 chins. Have you heard Gabe? He does a thing for you now. He goes, 9 chins. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna sign up too. I think Robbie just popped up. So I'm gonna sign up. I'll be back tomorrow night at 10, and if not before that, you know, you never know. Let me just once again. Sorry for bringing up that Michelle. No, you know what, Bearded? It's fine. It's fine because a lot of people have noticed it, and you know, if there's a comment made, then you know it's better to address it than not address it, right? And there's reasons why we do what we do, and we just proved it. The second she went and posted something, and she insinuated something else, which is not true. But you know, again, here we are raising money for another lawyer for her right now, and we've been doing it for the past 40 years. So. What that insinuation is and what these people commenting on her page is bullshit. But anyway, she made a post and then it goes, and within minutes it's up. They're stalking the shit out of her. And that's why when she posts certain things or says certain things, we have to remove it. And it's protecting her. And she can go anywhere else she wants and say it. But here, because they're stalking the page and waiting for her to say something what they consider to be foolish or stupid that they can spin, we protect her from that, whether she gets it or not. I know John does. So, it's not something I haven't discussed with her or anybody else has discussed with her. She's been told this. It's not, there's nothing I can do. I'm going to protect her in any way I can, whether she feels it's that or not. It's just the way it is. So I'm sorry if people don't agree with me. But by her post tonight, it was literally on there within 5 minutes. So it was proven. My point was proven. So, and people can take what they want from that, but I've been protecting her since the day I figured out what the hell was going on. And she doesn't have to think that, but it's just the way it's been. I've done everything I can. Yeah, he is. He's going to have a ball with it, but you're here. You've been here. You saw it happen for yourselves. Everybody can always come back and watch the replay. But she's frustrated. She wants to be heard. But here, we've given her a voice when she's come on. We're getting ready to schedule another thing with her, talking about like her family and the situation. We mentioned that last night. But, she thinks she's not saying anything wrong, which, yeah, she may actually not be. She is allowed to have her opinion. She's allowed to speak her mind. She's allowed to do all of that. And no one's trying to silence her. It's in here in this chat. There's a reason not to do it in here. You understand? Because it affects her the wrong way. It's not helping her. It's hurting her. And she doesn't either. I can't speak saying that she doesn't care. It's just look, 2.5 years of this is going on. She's got a lot of stuff to say and she wants her voice heard. I get it. And I understand it 100%. But that doesn't mean I can't protect her. I have to protect her here. And it's for no other reason than to protect her. Okay? She does get mad at me, and that's fine. She absolutely does get mad at me. But, this channel, some people have said, I thought your channel was about Michelle and John. No, it was never about Michelle and John. My channel's been here since 2017. But this whole case is about her. But now you also have to remember, we're all brought into it now, So it's not just a fight for Michelle, it's a fight for everybody, But like I mentioned, this pool, we did a pool for her Florida lawyer 2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago, I want to say. Yeah. And now we got one going for Ohio. I'm not doing a pool for me, not yet anyway. But I need an attorney to defend me in this federal lawsuit. And I'm not asking for any of that. I don't want to, But from what I'm understanding, a lot of these lawyers don't want to take this case unless it's like a really, really, really big firm. And I have a really, really, really big firm that everybody knows that is just requiring a $2,500 consultation fee. And that's not even if they'll take the case. I'm not willing to pay somebody $2,500 to decide if they're going to take the case. I have all the evidence. Basically, the case is done. You just got to go in and discuss it. I got all your evidence. It's all, I've done all the work already, So, but it's going to cost money. And, I'm no longer getting a vehicle because I'm going to have to pay a lawyer. So, but my point is I'm not doing that for me right now. I'm making sure Michelle gets covered first, before I would even attempt that. If I can raise anything right now, I really want the Ohio case to be settled because that's where he's using that case and the protection order as a weapon against her and John. That needs to be handled to me immediately. But unfortunately, these other cases are popping right up. All of a sudden they're kicking into gear. So, it'll get done when it needs to get done. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there's nothing against her here. We're still protecting her. We're still, obviously, we're raising funds for our Ohio lawyer right now. So she should take into consideration that what we're saying is exactly what we mean and nothing more. You ever ask for money for yourself, Lisa? I've been here. No, I haven't, and I don't want to. I never felt I would need to. But everybody else is raising money for their lawyer fees. No, seriously. I don't think I want to do that, but it's all really going to depend. I might have to. I don't really know, but I don't want to. I can tell you that right now. Anything helps as far as that goes, but I just don't want to. Michelle could put in writing down her thoughts and feeling about everything and then write a book about it. I think she should write a book about it. I absolutely do. She has the opportunity to go wherever she wants and talk about whatever she wants, you know? It's just on here, I have to protect her because these people are using it to destroy her. They're doing it to Leslie now too. They don't really get me much in typing stuff unless I'm in like Super Dave or Ray, you know, or Tori. They were using stuff in Tori's chats as well. They're stalking every chat. Jeremy's in every chat listening, and he's going to try and use this against it. I'm telling you right now, okay? It's not going to stop me from helping the situation. But do I tell her not to say certain things in the chat because it could hurt her? Yes, I do. There you go, Jeremy. What are you going to do? Spin that? Send everybody right here, right back to this timestamp, and you can hear exactly what I had to say. Yes, I do not want her to say certain things in the chat because you and your people spin it and you lie and you twist. And it's that simple. That's how simple it is. Further proving that I am not hired to be our PR firm, because if I was in fact her PR firm, she would not be saying a damn word at all. Anywhere. Not just in my chat. Because that's how it kind of works when you have somebody working for you in that capacity. Anyway. Yes, it is, Stacy. Thank you. I guess it's hard to see it that way when you really, really, really want your voice heard. So I get it. But, you know, she can be mad at me all she wants. In the end, she'll see how it works. That's the way it is. You know, I'm not going to allow her to hurt herself in my view. I'm not going to watch it happen. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I was getting ready to do a recording with her to go over, you know, what the story she wants, especially about her children, and, you know. So, guys, it's not easy. It's not easy. That's all I'm going to say is it's not easy. So anyway. I'm sure that she understands Lisa said that things have to be toned down for anyone, not just Michelle, but on the other hand, this is very important to prove things peace from North. Yes. He already spins that you are contacting him through third party. I'm not contacting him at all. At all. Today, I sent an email to his lawyer. Why? Because I'm required to by the court, because I certified that I did. That's it. And it had nothing to do with anything else. Yeah, no, it's not easy. You know, I mean, you guys know the story. I've said it numerous times. I even mentioned it earlier. You know, I saw what was happening to Guapo. I found out what was going on with Michelle. I said, oh, hell no. They did what to this child? You know, next thing I know, it was a privacy fence. Then it was, you know, a really, really big Christmas. And then, you know, the barn. And the barn's not even completed yet. You know, we have issues with framers getting there. And then there's people that don't even want to work there. And then there was permit issues. And then there's like, I mean, there's a lot going on. So, so that's still being worked on. And, you know, then there's, you know, we had to get like more privacy with shade cloth and stuff. John's had to go out and put tin up just to get more privacy. But, you know, there's just more things. And all I'm going to say is when I set out I didn't even set out. It just happened. Just discussing the bullshit and him not being that, you know, victim he claims to be and always the bully when this started with Papa. I had no idea, no clue that I would be involved in something like this right now, you know, and I'm not, I don't regret any of it because I believe in, you know, what I'm doing. I'm passionate about this. I believe in fighting for this because it matters. It absolutely matters 100%. And justice does need to be served here. People should not be allowed to get away with what they're doing. And Jeremy's not the only one who does things like this, but he is one of them. And he should be held accountable for what he's done to a family and everybody else that he's encountered along with this. That's trying to make it stop. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry. So I believe in the fight. It's just the fight gets bigger and bigger. More people get involved. More people are trying to insert themselves in all this mess. And it is becoming bigger and bigger. And you know what? In filing my what I had to file today, I had a conversation with someone at the courthouse who was just like, what on earth? This case is getting bigger and bigger. I'm like, oh, it's about to get even more bigger. you know? And end of the conversation was just keep fighting for justice. Whatever you want the court to know, put it in your filings. So thank you very much. So, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. And, there's deadlines, there's things that have to be done. I still have to do my other work, my other businesses, I don't even have crystals I'm showing. I used to show crystals every week. So, there's a lot going on. Gabe has a business. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. All I'm just trying to say is I never set out to do this. I don't regret doing it. But it's a lot. That's all. It's a lot. Third party isn't making video. It's when one on the RO2 third party tell the one with the restraining order F off. I am not a third party to anything involving that protection order at all. At all. He could try and drag me in with this bullshit. It won't work. He doesn't want. Right now, the Ohio judge is literally the only one who's on his side. Okay? That's giving him everything he wants. Okay? He does not want me to talk to that Ohio lawyer. Judge. He does not want me to open a judge's eyes to what's really going on here. And if he invites me to, I'm going to. It's that simple. Just like today, I filed an opposition to add to the leave the amend to add Ray, right? In that, I threw in reasons why I believe that Shock is shady, and why I'm concerned about, the fact that he's going to have an area or a window where he could just throw in claims, and maybe they'll be unrecognized, in regards to, Bruce has a failure to state claim. Maybe in the amendment, he's going to throw in the claim in there. You know what I mean? Where he should have done it before. So I think that Shaka to me is a shady character. He's sneaky, he's shady, underhanded, the whole 9 yards. I don't think he's a legit lawyer. You know what I mean? Look at how he got his license, and we don't even know, but we know he wasn't allowed to have one in other places. But so it's very questionable to me how and why he's done what he's done. When in fact, the 90 days has already expired to serve any of them. So technically, Ray, Super Dave, Robbie, who else? Not Richard Luthman, because he was only added at the amendment, so his filing date is different. But, those 4 guys can file a motion to dismiss. They'll come back with something else, and eventually, if they care, they'll be back on it. But still, proper procedure is, and they need to follow it. So, I'm babbling now. Anyhow, so, Miss Lori, what happened? A YouTuber couple was stalked by another YouTube couple over copyright strikes. Yeah, it's there's a lot of YouTube problems going on with copyright strikes and people trying to shut people down and stuff like that. I just got a privacy complaint, and it looks like it's probably the whole channel. I'm like, how is this a privacy complaint? What are you talking about? But I asked about it, and I haven't even heard anything back from it. So I don't know what it was about. But people are reporting the channels in any way they can. That's what they're doing. I have a good idea as to why all of a sudden I got one, and then that was yesterday, and today Leslie got one. And I'm thinking it's because Germ had a thumbnail up that was making fun and mocking Bruce, and Bruce had it taken down, so he went and put another one back up that was an even worse thumbnail of Bruce. So they went and they had it taken down, and I believe there's another one up there again. So yeah, Tobin's going to talk about that tomorrow night. So it's crazy, but what it is it's going to show you how thick Jeremy is and how he's not going to let like Bruce win on that argument. You know, so he'll even test his own channel and get YouTube pissed off. Like, listen here, fucker, you're obviously not paying attention. Hell, they could suspend him for 7 days. See, but he thinks they won't because of how many subscribers that he has. Lisa, what Michelle said is pretty off-putting. How do you say? What do you mean? But I need to social get a Sasquatch for assistant if you don't stay. You need to read it. I did. What do you mean? That's not that one. Whoops. Are you talking about there's other reasons behind it, and I hope everybody figures it out pretty soon? That part of it? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the part that you're talking about? She's insinuating there's other reasons behind anything. I don't know what other reasons could be, so... I don't know if you're going to respond. I'm sitting here waiting for the chat to move. I don't care what she posts. She does, you know, I'm not even going to say anything about it. I said what I'm going to say. I said. But is that what you're talking about, Nikki? Is that what you're referring to? Because I saw that. She's saying it's not for her safety. Well, what would it be for? What would it be for? I don't understand what it would be for. Why would I stop her from saying anything in the chat then? Why wouldn't I just let her say anything she wants? I mean, she can, just not in my chat because they're stalking my chat. I told her not to say anything about the case and not to mention Harley in the chat. Those are the only things I said. And she still does it. I've been telling her that for months. And she knows it. And so does a lot of people because they've told her the same thing. So, you know, I don't know what else to say. But being that she posted that, I'm now telling you, this is why it was done. This is why the whole time I'm saying, trust me, I'm not her PR people. She hopes everyone will find out soon. Find out what? There's nothing to find out. Wow, what? It'll be hard to find an attorney. Well, I've spoken to several. No one's going to betray her here, not on my watch. Yes, she has. She says it's for other reasons. It's not. Well, she can think whatever she wants, but if she's even referring to me in regards to that's why I'm not. I told you exactly why I removed some of the stuff that she says. And I proved it because that post that she made was already on Facebook within minutes. Okay? So, you know, no one's betrayed her. No one's betrayed her here. I can tell you that right now. For which case are you talking about? She's got an attorney that's going to be taking care of the situation with all the cases in Florida, I believe. And then because of that, it will, I think, affect the Ohio case. But she needs an Ohio attorney. Yeah, nobody betrayed her here. And no one's going to either. Oh, okay. Sorry, Lori. I'm trying to tell Michelle we don't care about her. They want to have her on you, right? Well, she'd be an idiot to turn on me. I'm the only one that's actually out, vocally out here trying to do what we can. So, but whatever. I can't stop her from saying how she feels, and that's fine. She's shooting her own self in the foot. That's I can't. I don't know. Maybe it was late. I have no idea. I can't say what she's saying. Look, I've heard things before. Let them spin it. It's fine. I am still on the same agenda I've always been on, and everybody knows the way I feel about things that are going on, and you know. So I want to haunt her when I go. If she has a problem with you, she should talk to Lisa privately. Yeah, well, the thing is, she already knows how I feel about that. She already knows that if she says those things, it's going to get removed. She already knows this. So, and because she saw it getting removed, or somebody said something about it getting removed, I don't know. She's mad and she's saying something about it. Well, that's fine. She knows exactly why. And now you guys know exactly why. But a lot of people have already known. They've been telling her not to say things about, Harley or, the case in here because they're being copied. People have seen it. They've said it to her. And I'm not just talking people in the chat have said it to her. People outside have said it to her. People working with her have said it to her. Neighbors have said, there's quite a few people that have said it. So it's and I've said it. So, but I get it. She wants her voice heard. And unfortunately, they're using it against her. No matter what she says, they're using it against her. Even if she said she let's just say, for instance, she said she had something to eat and it was a certain kind of something, they're going to turn around and say, well, I thought, Harley wasn't allowed to have that kind of food. Look, you don't know what Harley's allowed to have and what Harley's not allowed to have. Shut up. They spin things that it's that easy. If Michelle is not listening, she had no one to blame but herself. Well, I don't know, guys. I don't know. All I know is that I'm doing the same thing I set out to do. We're still raising funds for our Ohio lawyer. I have nothing to do with those funds. That goes directly to Bruce, and Bruce takes care of the legal part of that. My job now is to finish the barn with what's left of the money that's here for it. And it's not going to finish the barn. There's not enough money to finish. There never was enough money to finish the barn. The whole thing was to get them in there. Other things can get done all along the way. But the barn, as far as the framing being done, we're still waiting for them to. We have the framer now, so we had one framer, and that just didn't work out. And we have another one, so I'm just over it all. Yeah, I hear you, Flutter. I hear you. Trust me, I'm the one talking about it. Who wants to talk about this stuff all the time? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't mind being here because there's always updates, but it's the bullshit about it all, you know? And I'm sitting here like trying to defend. Now they're trying to say that we've turned it into our fight. No, it's everybody's fight against this asshole at this point. But, you know, the fight started out with how her and her family were wronged, you know? I'd be screaming from the roof to like balloons by now. 2 years. I know. I get it. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. If that was done to me, I'm doing the same thing, you know. And I have to keep it. But now, like now, I'm being sued. I'm being sued for millions of dollars right now, and this is what I'm doing. But I've already had this channel and discussing it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go start something new and you know go and talk about it. But now that's what's going on. I'm now being sued for millions of dollars. It's a joke. But it's legit out there on paper and public record. So now Joan's going to talk crap about you, and is she not understanding? Is putting you in a bad place? That's okay. It's not the first time they put me in a bad place. But it shows a lot about how people appreciate things and how they don't. So I think a lot of people care about this family and don't want to see more shit happen. You say, well, it's not going to happen here. So, no worries. I talk to John every day. You know, it's all good. Is its name Sassy's Botch? Who are you talking? What are you talking about? Yeah. A lot's gone on. A lot has gone on. And people come to their wits' ends. And it's a lot, you know? Especially, and I could also see, especially when you have someone trying to stick up for you, that like in the instant, like somebody named Kathy's mentioned and you think it's somebody else's parent and it's the wrong one, it's the other one. That's because there's just so much information and something like that. Like when she wants to correct stuff like that, I get that. But we're going to have her, like I said, we're going to do a whole thing on that. And, you know, who knows? Who knows? But I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to stand for people trying to trash me no matter who they are. I can tell you that right now. Especially when I'm trying to continue helping them. So I think a few people are jealous of Leslie. It's what all the lawyers say. Yeah, your time will speak well after this is all said and done. You know, and it's taking a long time, but you have to remember when people stepped in. It had been going on for well over like a year and a half before a lot of these people that are here now even stepped in. I mean, you have someone like Leslie who just stepped in like a month ago, you know, and her case is going to help Michelle's case, you know. So it all works together, you know. You have to realize, too, that Jeremy is suing some people that he knows have pretty much nothing. He's not going to get anything out of it. You know what I mean? He's not going to get anything out of it. He expected her to never be able to find a lawyer. She did. But it's how long it took. It's when they stepped in. You know, it's finding lawyers that are working pro bono or, you know, pretty much next to nothing for what they do. I know $6,000 for a retainer seems like a lot to people, which it is. But in the long run, like when you see what's going to happen and what that actually covered, you'll be like, oh, okay. You know, so, but you know, it's a lot, and people have helped and they've been supporting, and that's great. But you just have to look at it like Michelle is beyond frustrated. I mean, like beyond. Which is why I'm sitting there going, okay, let her spew. She wanted to get mad at me, let her spew. Let her get mad. I'm still going to protect her because it's in her best interest. She doesn't have to believe me, but that's how I feel, and this is my channel, so that's what I'm going to do. I protected her in this entire way, and I'm not saying that in protecting her, I believe she's 100% right in everything, or wrong in anything. I'm just saying I'm going to protect her because that's why I'm involved in this in the first place. Lisa, do you think Richard will be served? If they get his address, yeah. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I wouldn't have been served if they didn't dox my husband. That's the only way he even knew my address. You know, so I wouldn't have been served. Jennifer, what did you say? Did I miss it? I thought I was doing pretty good on the chat right now. I see you say exactly, Stacy. Yep, true. True. What did I miss? I know she's frustrated, but Lisa and people in the chat have really blessed her. She needs to be grateful. Yes, she has been blessed. She's very much been blessed, and I believe she is. She's very frustrated, and I get it. You know, but you know, if she's gonna try and make it look like I've done something wrong to her, that is 100% not true. You know, so I don't know what that insinuation is there, but the truth is, her stuff has been blocked for a reason. She knows what that reason is. So does other people here that know. And she literally posted something, and what happened? Went right to Facebook. So that is my point. She's venting about the wrong people. Yes, I agree, Nikki. I agree. So I don't, you know, that's it. There's nothing more I can really say about it, you know. But so whatever happens on this bullshit, she can thank herself for it, because it's gonna be fun on more than a channel, on more than one channel. By doing that, it's just gonna feel more fire. Yep, it's already there. Just the fact that we're discussing it is already there. So you're welcome. He's hoping to win one so he can add on to his point. He's not gonna win, guys. He's just not. More work for you to debunk when they spin it. Well, the thing is, see, I can debunk whatever whatever they're gonna get ready to spin. I've already spoken about it just now, so I really don't have to say any more about it. You know, but you're right. It's more to debunk. But there's really nothing to debunk. Jeremy's already mentioned, oh, they blocked Michelle once before. Well, she wasn't blocked. She wasn't completely blocked. There was one time where it was for a minute, but she was unblocked. But when he said it, she was not blocked. And so what's been done is basically people, I've told my mods if she mentions certain things to remove it. It's that simple. They're all going to have weeks worth of content now. Good, because let them talk about that while everything else is going on. See how it works? You use it to your advantage then. Let them talk about that. Let them spin that. Let them do whatever they want with it while everything else is being worked on and not talked about. Right? That is the way to look at that. Look at it that way. It didn't sound right. And that's fine. The Hodongs are in her comment section egging her on. Oh, I'm sure. But here's the thing. Are they really her friend or acting like her friend? She will never know. And that's how she gets caught up in the shower shit. So, because trust me, I get emails of who she talks to on a daily. And they're telling me things all the time. So I know what's going on. But maybe that's what she wants. I don't know. All I know is I'm doing what I'm doing to complete what I said I was going to do, to help everybody get through these cases, and I'm not in it for anything else. They're just trying to rile her up and put shit in her head. Yeah, that's what they've actually been doing, Stacey. They've been doing that. And I mean, I've confirmed that for many people. So, and to me, it's foolish. You know, if she wants to believe that stuff, because you know, there's really not much more I can say. To me, it's foolish on her part to actually do that, but that's no big deal. It's not a big deal. She's probably frustrated and said something. I just got a leak from, oh, that's from earlier. Okay, that was from Robbie. But I'm like wondering what I walk into or watch the replay. Yeah, interesting. Anyhow, guys, it is 2:52. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope I've been able to like answer. If you guys have questions, just ask. I mean, you know, I can't speak why people say certain things. You know, they have feelings. I understand where her feelings are coming from, but directing them at me, it's not the first time, is wrong, in my opinion. In my opinion. So anyway, have a great night, guys and gals. And she riles easy, and they know that. Yes. My opinion on that is she needs to focus. She'll never have anyone to help her like you and the people in this chat. I actually agree with you, Nikki. I agree. But whatever, it's still not going to steer me away. You know, it's not just her. So when I say that, I mean she can have her feelings or whatever if that's the case, but you know, there's John. You know, it's not just her that's involved. The best thing for Michelle and John is to stay on social media until everyone's court is over. Sorry, she has to continue to be her friend only. I feel bad she feels you have other alternatives. Yeah, I don't. I don't need Michelle to do anything for myself. I never did. I haven't, and I still don't and won't. I've only tried to help out, but then this is why you see I'll never do that again. You know, but still, that's not even true. I will still help another person if it's necessary, if needed. So, right, Jared, right. But D, I agree with you. They should be staying off social media. It's been something that's been said a long time ago, and it worked for a little bit. But oh, Flutter, that's not fun. Well, hopefully it works out the way you want it to. Yeah. It's true. Everybody has an off night. That's exactly right. That's why, like I said, I'm gonna ignore it, but I can't ignore it when people are asking me about it. So, but it's not deterring me from anything because I know what I'm dealing with. So it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I understand the situation, so I can accept certain things. And that's my choice. So. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing, Flutter. It's a really good thing. Thank you, Silverheart. Yep, you're right, 9/10. And I understand she feels silent. So, but as you see, she can go and talk on her thing, and she did. And look what happened. So, I don't know what to say, guys. I can only control what goes on my channel. That's it. Say goodnight, Lisa. Go to bed. Yeah, that's it. I can only control what happens here. you know? So anyway, thank you guys. Thank you all so much for sticking around and supporting and listening and understanding where we're coming from. You don't have to agree with us. But thank you all so much. Definitely check out our mods channels. Prayers for all of you guys, whether you want them, need them, or not. But I hope you have a great day tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. Also, I might be on earlier if that verdict comes out. So, and hopefully Kendra will be here with me if it does. So thank you all again. Have a fabulous night, sleep, whatever it may be. Prayers out to all of you. I'm repeating, so I'm going to go. Good night, guys. Bye. Bye. Someone's got to do my toodaloo. Bye. 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 There it is. Good night. Toodaloo.